Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The 2026, and we are opening the week at a critical crossroad for the Nigerian economy as global Brent crude hovers near the $62 mark, drifting just below our national budget benchmark. All eyes are on the local market to see how we weather this external cooling. On the home front, the lean season is officially biting from the stores of Obuete market here in Enugu to the hubs of my 12 in Lagos. The data shows a widening gap in the price of dinner plate, with staple grains like maize, rice facing fresh upward pressure. Is our cooling inflation rate enough to shield the average consumer, or is the logistic task still the invisible hand driving costs? We are breaking down the numbers, the regional price spreads, and the commodities outlook to give you the clarity you need for the trading week ahead. And this is Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I'm Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Now, starting from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the bulls are running wide on Custom Street as we head into the first full trading week of May after a historic performance that saw investors pocket a staggering 10 trillion naira in just 5 days. All eyes are on the exchange floor this morning, and can the momentum hold, or is a correction looming? Here we'll look into the market where the all-share index enters today's section at a record 242,277.81 points, and the rally is being fueled by a powerhouse Q1 earnings seasons. Leading the pack, the Nigerian Exchange Group itself posted a massive 93% jump in profit, a clear signal of robust trading activity across the board. Yes, with the market coming back from the holiday, yes, Friday was May 1, Workers' Day celebration, and there was a holiday. The market as well went on a holiday, with the central bank, recently trimming the policy rate at 26.5%. We are seeing a massive rotation. Investors are migrating away from fixed income, chasing higher yields in the equities market to outpace inflation. And we are looking at Seplat and Aradel. Yes, these energy giants remain the darling of the market, buoyed by strong global crude prices. Seplat closed as at before Friday as up 10%, while Aradel surged over 18% last week. And we're looking at WAPCO and USN, both posted double-digit gains last week, signaling a renewed appetite for industrial and conglomerate heavyweights. And looking at Access Corp, which is a major point of interest today, yes, shading nearly 17% last week. Analysts are divided on whether this is a buy deep opportunity or a sign of deeper profit taking. The emphasis here, or the bottom line, is that while the technical indicators show a market in overbought, market in overbought territory, the recent restoration of Nigeria to FTSE Russell's frontier market status, has injected a fresh dose of foreign confidence. So expect the volatile opening section. While the headline index is soaring, market breadth remains tight. Expect institutional players to lock in some of last week's 7% gain, leading to selective trading throughout the day. Knowledge is the best hedge against market volatility. And quickly, let's run and take a look at the Naira. Yes, give you a Naira outlook for today. Yes, stability, is the watchword as the Naira enters the new week with a sense of quiet resilience. After months of the local currency appears to be finding its footing in real moments of convergence between the official and parallel market. But with the global oil demand shifting and internal liquidity measures, tightening, will this come last through the week? That's the question on people's lips. And the Naira opens today's trading in a tight band of 1,374 Naira to 1,375 Naira per dollar, in a significant, win for price discovery. The gap between the official window and the parallel market has virtually evaporated. And looking at liquidity, the central bank's aggressive intervention strategy, including the recent revocation of over 4,000 non-compliant BDC licenses, has successfully squeezed out speculative pressure, leaving the market more transparent heading into May. With the monetary policy rate, currently at 26.5% and inflation showing a sign of moderating towards the 15.4% mark, the carry trade is becoming more attractive to foreign investors and providing a steadying hand for the Naira. And what are we watching? We're looking at traders and corporate treasurers will be focused on these critical benchmarks, today. The resistance level will be what everyone would want to see, So we'll say you watch the $1,380 mark. If demand for trade-related impulse spikes at the start of the week, we may see a slight push towards the psychological barrier. Then stronger than expected supply at the official window could see the Naira appreciate towards 1,375 against the US dollar, a level last seen in early April. The current demand, is such that we keep an eye on the British pound and euro. Early reports suggest a slight uptick in demand for these currencies, which could indirectly pressure the dollar, the dollar-naira pairing. And the outlook for today, is a stable but cautious. Yes, we'll go into the market with a stable but cautious approach. While the CBN has successfully anchored the exchange rate for now, the long-term trajectory depends on organic inflows and the single-digit inflation goal set by the central bank governor. So we'll tell you to expect a quiet opening at 1,374.69 against the dollar. Trading volume is expected to be moderate as the market continues to digest the Q1 corporate earnings and the latest purchasing managers index data. A stable currency is the bedrock of a predictable economy. And rushing to the Brent crude. Yes, looking at the Brent crude, giving you our outlook. The energy markets are on edge as Brent crude enters the first full week of May, testing the $108 resistance level. With supply chains tightening and geopolitical tension mounting, the war premium is driving the narrative. The price we're talking about here, Brent opens at $108.17 per barrel, maintaining a bullish trajectory despite a minor weekend retreat. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz remains the critical factor, keeping nearly 20 million barrels of daily supply in limbo. The OPEC shock here is that markets are still, reeling from the UAE's exit from OPEC, signaling a massive shift in global production coordination here. And analysts are bracing for a vertical spike towards a $115 if diplomatic efforts, remain stalled. The emphasis here for Nigeria is that $100 plus oil is a dual reality here. A boost for foreign reserves, but a massive strain on the cost of imported refined fuels. Expect high volatile opening as trade has reacted to the supply-demand deficit. Yes, stability is illusory in a volatile market. And quickly, for want of time, let's run down, and look at the Nigerian commodities market. As we approach the first Monday of May 2026, the Nigerian commodities market is bracing for heightened seasonal pressure. With the lean season, fully engaged, we are seeing a significant geographical price spread across the country. Major commercial hubs. The overreaching theme for this week is inventory depletion. Yes, national grain reserves are at their seasonal low points, which traditionally shifts the advantage to sellers and aggregators. Analysts expect the FS prices indices to trend upward for maize and paddy rice as off-takers compete for dwindling high-quality stock. Staple food prices, one is where the current market data reveals a sharp variance in the cost of standard 50 kg bag of staple items across three primary monetary zones. Speak at Obete in Enugu. Yes, that's the new market. Yes, that's just the translation here, called new market, Obete market. Yes, and then we're looking at Abuja, talk about Wuse, Utako, and in Lagos, my 12 K2 there. So we're looking at local price in Enugu ranges between 82,000 to 95,000, whereas in Abuja, that's 50 kg bag of it ranges between 78,000 to 88,000, whereas in Lagos, yes, it sells for between 85,000 to 98,000, and the yellow maize in Enugu sells for between 55,000 to 65,000 naira, and in Abuja, we're looking at 48,000 to 58,000 naira, and in Lagos, we are looking at 52,000 to 2,000 naira. We are speaking to brown beans in Enugu, is sold between 88,000 to 105,000 yes bag, and we're looking at Abuja between 82,000 to 95,000 naira, and in Lagos between 90,000 and 10,000 naira. I'm talking about white garri sales in Enugu between 42,000 to 52,000 naira, and in Abuja it sells for between 38 to 48,000 naira, and Lagos sells for 45 to 55,000 naira here, and that's it for the numbers. Yes, within Enugu, Abuja and Lagos. For want of time, we will be drawing the curtain here today on our Monday market outlook, and this is due to the public holiday that was observed on Friday, where the market closed to observe the market. So while in every area we are telling you that the national average, for a bag of local rice hovers around 88,000 naira, and the real story for Monday is the 15% price premium Lagosians are paying to northern, they pay more than 15% premium more than their northern neighbors in Nigeria. And that's a wrap for today on the market segment here on Aneke TV Business Desk. Yes, we're urging you to stay informed, to stay ahead, and keep your eyes on the numbers. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Inec, glad to have you join us. The headlines. Nigeria warns citizens over planned xenophobic protest in South Africa. Peterobi, Rubio Musa Kwankwaso align on the new political platform. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump orders U.S. naval escorts in Strait of Hormuz. Now the news in details. The Nigerian Consulate General in Johannesburg has issued a security advisory urging Nigerians in South Africa to exercise caution ahead of planned nationwide anti-foreigner protest scheduled for today. In a statement signed by Consulate General Ambassador Ninikanwa Oke Uche, the mission disclosed that organized groups are mobilizing across all 9 provinces, calling for stricter government action against foreign nationals. The consulate noted that while protest locations remain largely unspecified, demonstrators in Johannesburg are expected to gather at Mary Fitzgerald Square, Newtown, between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m., with potential disruptions anticipated in major cities including Pretoria, Cape Town, and Durban. Nigerians have been advised to avoid confrontations, monitor local development, and take necessary precautions, including temporary closure of their businesses, as authorities intensify diplomatic engagement to ensure the safety of citizens. Former presidential candidate Peterobi and Rubio Musa Kwankwaso have joined the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC) following a high-level consultative meeting in Abuja. The meeting, held at the residence of the party's national leader, Senator Saraki Dixon, marked a significant political realignment ahead of the next electoral cycle. Both leaders called for unity and broader national participation, with Senator Kwankwaso urging his supporters nationwide to align with the new political platform. Mr. Obi emphasized internal stability within the party, advocating dialogue over litigation as the merger consolidates key opposition forces under a single structure. Former presidential candidate Peterobi has called on the administration of President Bola Tinubu to refrain from interfering in opposition party affairs. Speaking in Abuja, Mr. Obi urged the federal government to allow the Nigeria Democratic Congress to operate independently and strengthen democratic processes. He also cautioned party members against internal disputes through the courts, describing excessive litigation as detrimental to party cohesion and growth. Mr. Obi stressed the need for internal conflict resolution mechanism, reaffirming the party's commitment to grassroots mobilization and national development. The Nigerian army has neutralized 9 suspected terrorists during coordinated operations across Katsina and Zamfara state under Operation Fazan Yama. Military sources confirmed that the operations, conducted between May 1st and May 3rd, led to the elimination of 2 identified kingpins, Anarua and Gomina, in Dusmina and Ankara local government area. Troops recovered weapons including AK-47 rifles, motorcycles and ammunition, while successfully disrupting planned attacks in the affected regions. In Zamfara state, security forces repelled an attack on a forward operating base in Bagegar, with air support assisting ground troops, although 1 soldier was killed in action. Sokoto State Governor Alhaji Ahmed Aliyu has ruled out negotiations with bandits, insisting that criminal groups must surrender unconditionally. The governor made the declaration in Katsina State during the inauguration of 12.6 billion naira road project, stressing that Northwest governors are united in confronting insecurity. He noted that the governments in the region are committing significant resources to security operations and will not engage in dialogue with armed groups responsible for violence. Governor Liu also urged communities to support security efforts by exposing informants and reporting suspicious activities to authorities. The Police Service Commission has approved the dismissal of Assistant Superintendent of Police Nuhu Usman and 4 other officers over the alleged killing of Mene Ogidi in Efurun, Delta State. Force Public Relations Officer Mr. Anthony Placide confirmed that the decision followed internal disciplinary proceedings, with the case forwarded to the Attorney General of the Federation for prosecution. Police investigations found the officers culpable of misconduct and abuse of office, leading to unlawful killing of the victim on April 26, 2026. Authorities say an autopsy is underway, while efforts continue to arrest other suspects linked to the incident as the police reiterate their commitment to accountability and due process. Doctors in Niger State have issued a 72-hour ultimatum to the state government over the abduction of a senior medical officer, Dr. Tony Ehagaragar. The National Association of Government General Medical and Dental Practitioners warned that failure to secure his release will result in an indefinite withdrawal of services across the government health facilities. The association cited rising insecurity targeting healthcare workers, including recent killings and abduction in Kagara and Laipai. Doctors are also demanding improved security measures, including protection for medical personnel and support for the victim's family. The Abia State chapter of the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN, has rejected claims by the state government on compliance with judicial financial autonomy. Chairman of the union, Chinedu Eze, described the government's position as misleading, insisting that negotiations remain ongoing. The union stated that the current funding system violates constitutional provisions as funds are not released directly to the judiciary. JUSUN also disclosed that salaries and operational funds remain unpaid, warning that the ongoing strike will continue until full financial autonomy is implemented. The Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, has signaled a shift towards a dynamic wage system ahead of negotiations for a national minimum wage. NLC President Comrade Joe Ajero said the proposed framework would align wages with inflation and the cost of living. He disclosed that discussions with the Trade Union Congress, led by Comrade Festus Osifo, are expected to commence in July. Labour leaders say the early negotiations aim to prevent delays and ensure workers' earnings reflect prevailing economic realities. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has fixed May 11, 2026 for its annual policy meeting to determine admission guidelines for the 2026-2027 academic session. JAMB spokesperson, Mr. Fabian Benjamin, said the meeting will hold at the Bay of Benches Auditorium in Abuja. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, is expected to preside over the session, which will set cut-off marks for tertiary institutions. The meeting will also feature key stakeholders, including heads of institutions and regulatory agencies, to finalize admission policies and standards nationwide. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigeria warns citizens over planned xenophobic protest in South Africa. Peterobi and Rubio Musa Kwankwaso align under a new political platform. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Donald Trump orders U.S. naval escorts through the Strait of Hormuz.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance. It is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Welcome back. The United States President, Mr. Donald Trump, has ordered naval escorts to guide commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz amid ongoing tensions affecting global shipping routes. The operation, described by U.S. authorities as a humanitarian intervention, is amid it assisting hundreds of stranded vessels and restoring the flow of essential commodities, including oil and food supplies. U.S. officials say the move comes alongside ongoing diplomatic engagement with Iran, with reports indicating that discussions are underway to de-escalate the crisis. While a ceasefire has reportedly been in place since April, the escorts mission represents a significant step by Washington to stabilize maritime trade as negotiations continue. The United States has reaffirmed its support for Taiwan following the recent visit of President Lai Ching-te to Eswatini. In a statement, the U.S. State Department described Taiwan as a trusted partner and emphasized the importance of its international engagements. The visit to Eswatini, Taiwan's remaining diplomatic ally in Africa, has drawn criticism from China, which opposes official interactions with the island. U.S. officials, however, maintained that such visits are routine, even as the development adds to tensions ahead of expected high-level talks between Washington and Beijing. Poland has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening national defense with plans to acquire U.S.-made Patriot air defense system progressing as scheduled. Defense Minister Władysław Kosiniar-Kamysz said there has been no official indication of disruption despite concerns over global supply pressures. The concerns follow reports that ongoing conflicts may affect U.S. military production capacity and delay deliveries to allied nations. Poland maintains that the Patriot system remains central to its air defense strategy, with authorities expressing confidence in meeting national security objectives. The Office of the Tax on Board has reiterated its commitment to promoting transparency and fairness in Nigeria's tax administration system. Chief Executive Officer John Nwabweze announced this during a media briefing in Lagos. He said the office operates as an independent platform for resolving taxpayer complaints at no cost, while also identifying systemic issues within revenue processes. Plans are underway to launch a digital platform and toll-free call center to enhance access and strengthen public confidence in tax administration. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chale has continued his curtain tour of the Nigeria Premier Football League. He was present in Ibadan as Shooting Stars secured a 3-2 victory over Nasarawa United at the Lekan Salami Stadium. The exercise is part of preparations for the upcoming 2026 Unity Cup, with the coach assessing local talents for possible inclusion in the national team. Further scouting is scheduled to continue in Lagos as the technical crew finalizes plans ahead of the tournament. Petermbah FC recorded a 2-1 comeback victory over Remo Stars in a Nigeria Premier Football League fixture in Aba. Remo Stars opened scoring in the first half, but Petermbah responded with an equalizer before taking the lead early in the second half. The win improves Enyimba's position on the league table as the team continues its push for a stronger finish this season. For Romo Stars, the defeat increases pressure as the club faces a challenging run in its bid to avoid relegation. Nollywood actress Mo Bimpe has expressed appreciation following a viral video of market women celebrating the birth of her triplets. The actress, alongside her husband, Lateef Adedimeji, recently welcomed 3 boys, drawing widespread goodwill from fans and the public. In response to the video, she extended an invitation to the women to attend a forthcoming celebration in honor of the newborns. The development highlights the continued connection between public figures and grassroots communities as messages of support continue to pour in for the family. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The Nigerian Consulate General in Johannesburg has advised Nigerian nationals to exercise caution ahead of planned nationwide anti-foreigner protest scheduled for May 4, 2026. The advisory issued by Consulate General Ambassador Ninikanwa Oke Uche warned that demonstrations are expected across all 9 provinces with potential disruptions in major cities including Johannesburg, Pretoria, Cape Town and Durban. In politics, former presidential candidate Peterobi and Rubio Musa Kwankwaso have reportedly aligned on the new political platform known as the Nigeria Democratic Congress, following a high-level consultative meeting in Abuja. Both leaders called for unity, political stability, and a shift away from prolonged internal disputes within opposition politics. On the foreign scene, President of the United States Donald Trump has ordered U.S. naval escorts to accompany commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz under what he described as a security and humanitarian operation aimed at easing maritime disruptions and supporting stranded shipping traffic. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Thank you for joining us.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
Call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu's Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as destructive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in cycles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduate, graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation. A little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youth, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. While at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing. You understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting it as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start, because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is at a high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. But now I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say, no matter how far a stream flows, he never forgets his source. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Monday morning. We're here to inform, motivate, and refresh.
It's Monday, 4th of May, 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock updates, hot topics, and that Sunrise pack to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the cruise, because the Sunrise is set sail.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, thirsty, and of course, be debated.
We'll also give you full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later we may step aside and unleash the man of many parts, the Sports Oracle and Worldwide, where they bring you the sports update and to leave you smiling.
We start and go over to the quote of the day. That's our inspiration segment today, which says the future depends on what you do today. That quote is from Mahatma Gandhi. He says the future depends on what you do today. What are you doing today? That's just the question. What you are doing today will determine what you will have tomorrow. Like it is said, what you sow, you will reap. So there's nothing that happens just by accident in the world. I think this is what is leading us to many issues that we are having in our society, many activities that are not right, many things that have been a problem, because a lot of people, when they were young, a lot of people, when they had the chance, they did not plant a good seed. They had to plant the wrong seed. And you know, when you talk about what you do today, we're talking about things you're doing. What are you doing in the marketplace? What are you doing in your home? What are you doing to bring peace to where you are? What are you doing, especially in the coming election? What are you going to be doing? So, you know, the choice of our nation, the movement of our nation, and the express image of our nation is depending on the people or on our leaders. And what are we doing to make the right choice to get the right leaders in? That is the question that Mahatma Gandhi could be asking you today. What are you doing today? What is it that you're doing? Whatever you're doing today, you will have it tomorrow, because whatever you sow, you will reap.
All right, looking at the ways of this great man, the one who initiated and led a non-violence movement that led to India's independence, the great Mahatma Gandhi, when he is calling upon us this morning to begin to, think our action by letting us know that the future depends on what we do today. Yes, the future depends on what we do today. And I ask you that question, what kind of future are we going to bequeath to our children? What kind of Nigeria do we want to leave behind? We are coming from a Nigeria where the likes of Nnamdi Azikiwe, Herbert Macaulay. Yes, we'll talk about the great Awolowo. We'll speak about Aminu Kano. We'll talk about men who labored that today would enjoy the seemingly prosperity that Nigeria had on offer, even though shortly derailed. They made sure that we can speak of the granite pyramid in north, we can talk about the palm oil from the east, and we can talk about the coca in the west. Many great feats that we remember today in history were the exploits of the heroes of yesterday. Today, yes, the ball is in our court. And what kind of Nigeria, what kind of future do we want to bequeath? A future of a nation that is filled with potholes on our road. A nation where there are no drugs on hospital shelves. A nation where the youth are running away in droves, taking the trans-Saharan trade route. Talk about the Sahara Desert as a leeway to free and run away from our country. Today, the great Mahatma Gandhi is telling us that this future lies on us. What are we going to do? We tell you what to do. Go get your PVC. And if you do have it, dust it and keep it handy. With that, we can change the future. We can shape the future we want to live and bequeath to our children. Yes, the political season of electioneering campaigns and the timetable is already set for voting in 2027. The process starts now. Get involved. Be part of it. And that way, we can shape the future that the future generation will be proud of. That our children would call upon us like we call on our heroes past. They will remember that indeed, we took on the battle. We fought when there is need. Like we know that the future depends on what we do today, and it surely does. So get up, rise up from wherever you're listening or watching from, be it in Obete market in Enugu, be it Alaba International Market, Ogige Market in Nsukka, Area in Aba. Yes, wherever you are, rise. The hour is upon us. It is time for us to begin to, define the kind of future that will bequeath to the next generation.
All right, we go on a short break. We'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, let's take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. The morning starts warm, around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. That kind of weather where you step out and immediately feel the air on your skin. As the day goes on, the sun takes control, pushing things up to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius. So yes, expect serious heat, but don't worry. Nature balances it later with heavy clouds and possible evening rain, leaving the night cool, calm and refreshing in Oka.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the coast city. Enugu wakes up to a calm and warm weather this morning at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it warms up to about 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain is expected earlier here, and by evening, things are expected to be fresh, calm, and peaceful.
Good morning, Abakaliki. Abakaliki today starts cooler at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. It heats up further by afternoon. It can reach 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest spot today. Later, strong thunderstorms are expected, bringing that satisfying drop in temperature and a cooler, easier night.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri wakes up to a warm and slightly humid weather at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it climbs to about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, and the heat may feel a bit heavy. Rain and light thunderstorms are expected, and by night, things are expected to be cool and slightly damp.
Good morning, Omar here. The day begins mild at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. It will be nice and steady from the morning, and afternoon rises to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius. Not extreme, but definitely warm. As evening comes, rain showers are likely, gently cooling things down and leaving the night soft, calm, and comfortable.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and keep an umbrella close. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the major headline across the newspapers today, from the Punch, the Vanguard, Guardian, Daily Trust, The Nation.
And joining us to explore these issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me this morning.
And how are you dealing with Nigeria? Let me not ask, how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, we're surviving. They say that GDP is growing, but I have not seen the growth on the stable life of the common man.
In your pocket too?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Are you a common man?
Oh, sure. I
refuse to.
See,
I disagree with you.
Nigeria do not have the middlemen again. You have just the poor and the rich. And I don't belong to the rich.
I wish Kodoso will agree with you on that. However, but note that you're not part of the lower class in Nigeria, when, so to speak. Yes, if there's a revolution in Nigeria tomorrow, you won't be classified as part of the Talakawas. So bear that in mind.
Whichever way it is.
But however,
the thing is that I don't belong to the rich.
However it is, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise this morning.
Thank you, and God bless.
We take a look at the Punch headline, which says 2027, Obi Kwankwaso join NDC, demand litigation-free politics. On the Guardian headline, we have opposition crumbles as Atiku takes Nigeria crisis to global stage. Now on the Nation headline, we have Obi Kwankwaso join NBC. On the Vanguard headline, we have INEC's deadline. Obi Kwankwaso trigger mass defections. On the Daily Trust, we have 2027. Calculations shift as Obi Kwankwaso join NDC. Now on the Daily Sun, we have why Obi Kwankwaso left ADC. We looking at the punch headline, which says 2027 Obi Kwankwaso join NDC, demand litigation-free politics. Peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso have joined the Nigerian Democratic Congress and advocating for a political process free from excessive cost disputes, stressing the need for credible, transparent, and peaceful elections ahead of 2027. This is what happened just yesterday evening, where they declared it, where Mr. Peterobi, His Excellency, former Anambra State Governor, and Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, they came together to defect to Nigerian Democratic Congress, which has cited, has raised a lot of reaction across the nation, citing the internal issues in the ADC and also the major reason why, one of the key things that which has, stand out in this defection basically is that he said he's all actually interested in the in the better life of a common Nigerian, that citing this reason, citing issues around constant litigation in the court with ADC. And I think if a political analyst would have seen this coming right from the time the coalition started. Yes.
All right, Mr. Reyes, we're looking at these issues. Part of reasons Mr. Obi cited is not as a result of a disaffection which the leaders of the ADC, speaking about David Mark or his elder brother Atiku Abubakar, but he cited government interference. In fact, in his speech, he did plead with the government to desist from causing instability, matters of litigation, crisis in the opposition political parties. In his words, he said, "We are using this occasion to plead with the government of today. You know that I contested the election in 2023 in a different party. Rabiu Kwankwaso contested same election in a different party. And then Obi-Wan continuing accused the current government of fueling persistent crisis within the opposition parties, leading to endless litigation that forced him and others to abandon their former platforms." Let me get your view on this.
Yeah, it is an allegation he has made here. And that allegation has been there. It's not just Obi that have alleged that the government of the incumbent administration of Bola Tinubu is alleged to be involved, being the unseen finger or unseen hand in the myriads of litigations inside the ADC, which was seen to be the veritable platform for the opposition in Nigeria. But today, that has shifted. With the Obi Kwankwaso going into NDC means that the next place of watch as a veritable opposition or a platform for the opposition politics in Nigeria to actually challenge the incumbent administration is the NDC. And that has elicited a lot of defections from even the ADC and some other political parties to the NDC because of the Obi Kwankwaso United Presidency and Vice Presidency ticket that they are expecting from the NDC. So it is not unusual. Sometimes in politics, there must be propaganda, there must be fingers being pointed at. There's been problems in ADC, litigations upon litigations, and all that revolves around leadership. Who is the authentic leader or who is not the authentic leader? Now the Supreme Court has probably laid that same problem to rest. They have already given to David Mark and Arabashana. But the problems in NDC are not settled. And consequently, based on the deadline, the Aneke electoral act deadline, that somebody should do that within 21 days, of where you can now join the party and contest for elections. And that's why many people have cross-carpeted to the NDC. Immediately, Obi and Kwankwaso did. And now they are poised to run an election. And the way Obi pleaded with government, I just hope that there will be another series of crises in NDC. It will not all go well for Nigeria if we suddenly begin to have, because we have not seen crises all along. And now that Obi and purpose are there, if we see any crisis, then the allegations is getting truer, because it will now point at the fact that somebody is actually fomenting trouble for wherever Obi and one person goes. That is the way the Nigerians will begin to see it.
But let me chip in a bit. Are you saying that it's possible for us to witness a litigation-free politics in Nigeria in this dispensation?
It's not as if maybe it is. It is possible if, and when I say if, I mean from where it is coming, from where that a lot many Nigerians are pointing at. If that hand it decides to keep cool, then there may be a litigation-free, not litigation-free politics, because certainly there are bound to be litigations in other spheres. After primaries, there may be litigation, and then after elections, there will also be litigation. There will be pre-election litigation and post-election litigation.
But in this instance, Mr. Reyes, what I'm looking at, being the unmentioned place Nigerians are pointing, if one is to yield to that pointing, allegedly, towards the government or the ruling party in this instance, are there not Nigerians are the ones who yield and make themselves available in these platforms, members of these platforms?
Of course. The Nigerians are not from the moon. We don't have angels here. And even if you have angels, of course, sometimes even in heaven, some angels revolted. You remember? So that is what you see that could come anywhere. So Nigerians could yield because of greed, the love for money. And of course, some people somewhere, or some persons with the resources of Nigeria, dangle the carrot. And the Nigerians who are, willing to be used as willing tools, when the carrot is dangled, they'll come forward for it. There are people who are even in NDC who are waiting for an opportunity that could be dangled from anywhere, and they will begin to foment trouble. So because they want money, because Nigerians want money. Many Nigerians are greedy, very, very greedy, and because of that, they don't seem to look back at their conscience.
All right, at the bottom of these issues, a number of times, is the overlooked judiciary. When we talk about, litigations in politics, and given the crisis that has bedeviled almost all the frontline opposition political parties, we rarely talk about the judiciary. And, that comes to mind. Listening to the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party in 2023 election, Mr. Peterobi, he, while speaking, did assure that the leader of the party they are moving into, the NDC, has assured them that they have no cases. And in this instance, he was pleading, I don't know if it's the ruling party or who he's pleading with, not to come to that place because there is no cases. They don't want cases in that party. And in this instance, he equally pleaded with the judiciary. In his words, he said, we are equally pleading with the judiciary to please end the cases with parties so we can face the job of building a new Nigeria that is possible and face the job of revival where our country is deteriorating today. So we want to start building. Please, let there be no litigation. Party members, please don't go to court. And in this instance, I'm asking Mr. Reyes, where do we place the judiciary in all this?
Well, the judiciary, as their own arm of government, do their own responsibility. But at the same time, I want you to understand that even when you say the judiciary, somehow they tend to be tied to the processes of the executives. because of the fact that we do not have an independent judiciary. What can we say about being independent? Because it is the executives that begin to build. Look at the Federal Capital Territory Minister built houses for judges. You see, the judges do not, possibly be able to make incomes that could make them earn houses. It is unfortunate. So, you see, they now dash them houses to live. But ordinarily, you are supposed to work out money that could, give you a house. You live with your family. On that ground, then the judiciary should be seen to be independent on the fact that they can buy a car. They can always go to a shop, buy a car, or possibly take a loan and buy a car and then still pay off those loans. But this time, it is the executive that give them cars, the executive give them houses. In fact, basically, so if you do not align yourself with the members of the executive, it means you are not going to get any of these things. And who wants to live his life in poverty, live his life not well taken care of? Who wants to do that? So these members of the judiciary are human beings and they are Nigerians, associated with the factors that are inherent in Nigeria. When I talk about factors, you all know what I mean. I mean the factor, the tendencies of corruption in all spheres of our national life. That is where it comes to play. That somehow they say the judiciary is the last hope of the common man, but it is not so. And of course, by the division of law, we say it's an ass. And when you talk about an ass, like Charles Dickens defined it, the ass is the donkey, And wherever you face the donkey, that's where it goes. The law, wherever you face the law, that's where it goes. So interpretations are relative to the members of the jury. It is relative. And of course, in all other aspects of legal interpretation, there's always a way to do it this way and do it the other way. That's always the way.
All right. Before we let you go on this very issue, Kwankwaso did speak to ideology, and it gladdens one's heart to hear that we still have Nigerians who speak to ideology in politics. And he was saying that the ideology of the leaders in the NDC seems to be in consonance with him and that of Peterobi in this instance. And in his words, he said, during the discussion, he said, we came together with our team to consult His Excellency, the leader of the party, on our ideology, blueprint, and all that we believe in, especially my humble self and His Excellency Peterobi, and we realized that we are all on the same page. And in this, he was talking about education, empowerment of young men and women, security, and of course, a very peaceful, united Nigeria. And let me get your opinion that for the first time, we are speaking to people who are moving platform and finding a platform that shares similar ideology that has to do with empowerment of Nigerians, young women and men as well, and in terms of education in this instance.
Yes, it is a well-known fact that the ideology of Kwankwaso, of course, that of Obi too, but that of Kwankwaso starts from an ideology of making the son or the child of nobody to become somebody. That has been his ideology. That's why he's known to be dealing with the talakawas. He's known to promote anything that has to do with making life meaningful for the poor. That is what he also believes in a healthy living. He believes that health is wealth. So, and if that is the ideology, the ideological leaning of NDC, then automatically they're in the same page, like he said. So, but what is important here is not just about saying the ideology. For Kwankwaso we know, for Obi we know, but it's not just about saying the ideology, it's about implementing same if the elections favor them to come on board. Let it be effectively implemented. And if it is not, then it means it is being eroded. Then you now begin to now sum up that there's no ideological politics in Nigeria. Because some schools of thought believes that these people are politicians in Nigeria, and that is why they move from one party to the other. And why they move from one party to the other at will is because how can all these parties share the same ideology like yourself who is going in there? No, most of them wants to be in power, wants to have power, be at the corridors of power at all times, so as to make certain things work for them. Because it's only when you have power that you can command most of the things you want, including money, which Nigerians are so deep into in having.
All right. We'll go over to the Garden headline, where we have the story of the xenophobia in South Africa, that federal government summoned South African envoy over xenophobic attacks amid concerns about rights infringement. The federal government has summoned the South African envoy to address renewed xenophobic attacks and rising concerns over human rights violations against nationals. The move reflects Nigeria's diplomatic protest and demand for stronger protection of its citizens and other migrants affected by the incident in South Africa. This is concerning the xenophobia attacks that Nigerians are facing and other nationals are facing in South Africa, where federal government has, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, summoned the envoy to Nigeria, the South African envoy to Nigeria, to come and answer some questions as regards to what is happening and how the news which have been coming out from South Africa concerning the issues around treatment of Nigerians and also how these issues are being handled, citing that it is an infringement against the rights of some Nigerians. So this is raising a lot of questions, and as this is for today, like the meeting is going to be today, and after that we're going to know. But for me, I think South Africa has had recurrent system, I would say, as not as just a nation, but the people there have had this recurrent issue whenever there is an election is around the corner. I mean, the election is actually around the corner. So there's these issues that arises from them, and they try to treat those who are not South Africans, especially Nigerians. This is always against Nigerians from the times we've seen it. So it's raising a lot of questions. What is actually the problem and how it could be handled, citing the Minister of Foreign Affairs summoning the envoy to of South Africa to Nigeria. Yes.
All right. In this instance, looking at this age-long crisis in South Africa, where they continue to exhibit these xenophobic tendencies, especially towards the African brothers, and Nigerians a number of times bear the brunt of this negative xenophobic disposition. And it gladdens my heart to hear the Nigerian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, summon the South African envoy, where the government will have to, have a conversation with them. And one of the things, personally, I would expect is that Nigeria places a strong demand on the government of South Africa to do everything possible, including reorientation of South Africans when it comes to their attitude against their African brothers and particularly Nigerians. Yes, a number of issues in the past have been cited why they continue to take a negative attitude towards Nigerians, but there's no explanation where you have to target the life, the property of people. And more or less, they don't do this to the Westerners who has over the years dominated them in South Africa. And I remember quite well that this is a nation that Nigeria helped a lot to secure their independence. Remember the apartheid politics. Remember how we supported the NCNC, the Nelson Mandela, a number of times equally, there were times he ran to Nigeria, who helped a number of ways. These were countries where primary school people were tasked, people paid 10 kobo, contributed 10 kobo. You know, I remember quite well as a primary people in Nigeria contributing 50 kobo, you know, said to be help the cause of the South Africans against the apartheid policy in South Africa. And when they, you know, gained independence, one who have you know, the thinking would have been that it would have been a collaboration, it would have been the Nigeria, the African sort of the reflection of the American dream in Africa. But getting independence now negates every of such expectation, and they've turned against the very people that ensured their independence, leaving, you know, leaving much more to be desired. And in this instance, I would expect the federal government of Nigeria, in no, you know, without missing words, place a demand on the government of South Africa to forthwith see that such anti-Nigerian protests, anti-Nigerian tendencies are forthwith stopped in strongest term. Nothing short of that. It doesn't matter, you know, what the issues are. These issues could be, you know, discussed beyond the official channels. Begin to reorientate your people that we can cohabit. There are South African businesses in Nigeria and they are thriving. And over time, one may not be able to negate the fact that there are, you know, government policies or disposition, so to speak, that has equally encouraged the xenophobia that we see in South Africa, where Nigerian business, I do remember quite well in history, that this day newspaper owned by Obebena, for instance, wanted to open shop in South Africa. The demands placed on him were so much that he had to run back to Nigeria in this instance. And it's, you know, it's so worrisome coming from our brothers in South Africa. The Nigerians thrive elsewhere. However, having said that, before I get to the part about the rancor, Mr. Rest, let's get your views on this.
Well, it is unfortunate. I say truly and really unfortunate that this has to come from a country that Nigeria paid a deep price to ensure their independence. We know, even our musicians, everybody, all hands were on deck to ensure that the apartheid in South Africa was stopped. But when, you know, they became free. Eventually, even when Mandela came out from prison, the first place he was flown into was South Africa, where here we rehabilitated him, and, you know, he got good enough and went back to become the president. You see, and the South Africans have forgotten in a hurry what part Nigerians or Nigerian government has played in ensuring their freedom, ensuring the abolishment of color bar and all that. You see, that's why I said it is unfortunate. Like you said, the Nigerian government should make a demand. Yeah, the Nigerian government should be able to say certain things and conditions upon which we relate Nigeria and South Africa. Because I've remembered that during the Abacha administration, we missed out in one of the African Nations Cup due to, you know, lack of understanding between the government of South Africa and Nigeria. So, and the dictatorship. So, my expectation is that South Africa should go back and begin to think on how to better the relationship between her and Nigeria. And then you talk about reorientation. The South Africans are lazy. I want to tell you that. The South African people are lazy, and their youths do not have the best of orientation. So when Nigerians came, Nigeria with that kind of industry, resilience and all that, staying in South Africa, many of them are beginning to run businesses and, you know, and they are flourishing. These South Africans don't care about themselves and their families. And of course, also the love life there is not such that the South African men take care of their women. They don't. So when they see Nigerian men come, make some money and get into these girls, they begin to look at them
Sorry
differently.
to cut in. There are times where we see that they say Nigerians give transport money, and their South African brothers don't give them transport money.
Exactly
so these are part of things fueling the xenophobia.
Oh, yeah, of course,
So the Nigerian man knows how to treat a woman in this instance.
Yes, knows how to take care of women. So these things are part of what they are not happy about. Sometimes they will say the Nigerians should go. These Ghanaians should go, and all of that. People from other parts of Africa, especially from the western part of Africa, should leave in South Africa, except their Zimbabwean and their counterparts. That's the kind of people that we want, because they are all the same kind of species of humans. So, well, it's a good thing that Nigeria has taken a bold step to begin to ask questions, because it is only when you keep mute that evil continues to, flourish in society and the world at large. So Nigerians and Nigerian government is no longer keeping mute. They are now asking questions, and from that question, certainly something must be done. They are going to stem the tide, I believe, and such things will no longer is said of.
Hopefully, we'll believe that this summoning would, bring some semblance of calmness in South Africa. And like I did mention, there is need for proper orientation, and you did allude to it as well, speaking to even the level of poverty amongst the black South Africans, given to the laziness you mentioned, and drugs. These are many issues that lead to these issues, not to talk about the issue around women. Yes, wherever Nigerians are, people are usually jealous because they know how to take care of their women in that instance. But hopefully, as our African brothers, we do expect that it should all be banter, like the Nigerians and Ghanaians. The way we banter over who has the best jollof rice. This is what brothers should be talking about, and not xenophobia. We shouldn't.
Of course, the Prince Charles
has rested the issue.
Yes,
he has rested the issue about jollof rice. But hopefully, it will be more entertaining to hear the South Africans talk about who has the best goosey soup, and all that, than telling your West African brothers and Nigerians to leave your country. They contributed in the freedom you enjoy today, and there has to be better peace, in Africa and for Africans. Let all of us strive.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. You're welcome to watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we go over to the Vanguard headline, which says INEC's deadline will be Kwankwaso trigger mass defections. This is about the critical deadline set by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The political moves of peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso have sparked widespread defections as politicians reposition themselves to meet requirements and secure relevance ahead of 2027 elections. This is about still talking about the defection of Mr. peterobi and Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso from the ADC into the NDC. Having about Obiang Kwankwaso and other defecting ADC leaders, including Senator Victor May. A lot of senators and a lot of them have moved with him. And also, just in the neck of time, I'm seeing in the news that also Nigerians, the NDC website is down because there's a mass rush for registration on the site. So this is also the issue that is...
And that's a very serious problem about the site being down, because as these people are, of course, coming to register, if they are not registered before the time for the party to submit its register to the INEC, it means the person will not be eligible to contest any elective position under the on the platform of the party. So it is something that is not good. I think the party has to work seriously to ensure that the online registration platform begins to work. If it doesn't work, then it's an effort in futility, because people who would have want to run election will no longer do that, because they are not become Nigerian voters just alone. They will not be members of the political party, because these people are people who are, of course, working hard to become members of the political party. So it's not easy. Many persons, and besides that, people are trooping into the party, and that, like you said, that their sight is down. So if it is down, dangerous. Who knows if it is hacked, so as not to have some people fully registered. Nobody does, because there's a kind of dangerous politics in Nigeria. When I say dangerous politics in Nigeria, they believe in the principle of Niccolo Machiavelli, which says the end justifies the means. They do everything within their reach to ensure, because in the struggle for power, power is not given. You struggle and work hard for it. Politics is struggle for power, and people are struggling to get power. And the other person may want to do anything to deny you getting the power. And that may exactly be. It is just an allegation. It may be, it may not. So we don't know. But the party has to work hard to ensure that there is a steady side for the entrants to be able to be registered formally in the political party.
Yes, because this movement of these political bigwigs, in essence, must trigger defections, is expected. I know, and this is why I talk about strategy in everything, especially the opposition strategy. However, we're looking at the party being able to handle these defections and the entrance into the political party. I think they have until 6th to be able to submit their register to... No, the NDC said they are submitting their register on the 6th. It's already out there, but they still have latitude of time to extend to 10th, and this will give much room for a lot of entrants, to register. And I'm thinking of what becomes of people who already secure form in some places, or have spent their resources in some places because they felt that Obi will be picking the forms in ADC in this instance, so they have to realign, move, and all that. And do remember, the presidency too is mocking Obi in this instance for being a political nomad. So hope that at the end of the day, like is expected, that this defection will trigger mass defections, that NDC is able to handle the multitude that would want to follow Obi and Kwankwaso into their fold in this instance.
All right, we go over to the Daily Sun headline, which says, why Obi Kwankwaso left ADC. Still talking about Obi and Kwankwaso. Why Obi and Kwankwaso left ADC. Peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso are reported to have exited the African Union due to internal disagreements, strategic political realignment, and differing ambitions ahead of the 2027 elections as they seek more viable platforms to pursue their political goals. I want to start this from the side where we are seeing that APC are already there's already an issuing of a statement where from the prisoners that this is looking like that, calling Mr. Peterobi a political nomad who will not wait to have a structure in a party before moving. And he has responded by saying that he is actually looking for and vying for the possible Nigeria where things are better for the common man. And citing this, you would see that why he has already declared why he left the party. But there are other issues, bringing in other parties into he said that bringing other political parties and other people having much litigation. People that join the party, they get to try to do many things which will now be leading to several litigation. And at the end of the day, he would need to go to a place where he can understand and be able to go for the next election in 2027. So this is actually it.
Well, Christine Obi as a nomadic politician, it is laughable. There's none of them that has not been into this nomadic arrangement. None of them, including the incumbent president. So people have moved because of interest. And politics is a game of interest. You see, Obi and Kwankwaso were in ADC. Obi was in Labour Party, from Labour Party to ADC. And Kwankwaso was in NNPP, from there to ADC. Of course, when they got to ADC, there were myriads of crises, litigations, unending litigations that was going to mar their ambitions. You see? That was going to mar their ambitions. That was why Obi had to leave, had to quickly leave. Up till now, the ADC crisis has not stopped completely. The ADC crisis is still on. It's only part of it that has been settled. So, and Obi do not want where you have those barriers of litigation. That's the reason why he's appealing that where he is presently, people should be able to be mindful of what they are doing so as not to plunge their party into litigations once more. And that is exactly what it ought to be. A situation like that will now enable. Because an opposition with these barriers of litigations, how do they come to be a virile opposition? How do they flourish? How do they win election if they appeal to the masses? How do they win? Because they won't actually concentrate to organize themselves very well. And that's exactly what has happened to ADC. Nigerians who are believing that ADC would have been the tool to work against the incumbent and possibly wrestle power out of the incumbent. But it didn't happen. Now that Obi has gone into NDC, the expectation is also that Obi is still strong enough. And of course, that is now making the NDC political party that was relatively unknown to now come up to be on the front burner. Everything about, see the newspapers today, everywhere, it's NDC. Because Obi and Kwankwaso went into their party. So that is a situation, the kind of opposition we want, which means that Obi and Kwankwaso has developed some organic flourishing. They went into NDC and everybody, most people want to cross-carpet into NDC, even those in other political parties, which means there's an organic flourishing, of Obi and Kwankwaso. I hope that the expectation of their followers will come to fruition, but politics is not just like that. It's about votes. It's about franchise. When Nigerians see their franchise to whoever, and it is protected, remember that votes must be protected during elections so that the evil or the votes will not develop wings and fly away. Once the votes are given to Mr. A, let it be maintained for Mr. A. We appeal to INEC to ensure that we have a free, fair, and credible election come 2027 so that nobody will cast aspersion on the activities of INEC.
Very well said. We know that this whole issue about leaving the ADC or not, one has to do with the issue around the refusal of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to agree to zoning. In fact, myriads of his followers has, been upon peterobi to drop his ambition and be a vice to the former Vice President. And a number of times I've equally listened and heard the former Minister of Transportation, saying that he will be unable to market a northern president to the south in this instance. But we know that the chairman of the ADC, David Mark, and Arebushola are in total support of the Atiku agenda. They are against zoning. They preferred a primary, and with this move, they've put to rest everyone that was thinking and hoping for peterobi to, be a vice to Atiku Abubakar. And I think such people do not understand and know very well, because he has put to rest the issue about ever seconding Atiku Abubakar. He did one time say like that, like an Igbo apprenticeship, and like an Igbo apprentice, he has served, and learned from Atiku Abubakar, and now he has moved on to set up shop in this instance, so he can no longer go back to be an apprentice, and that puts it to rest. And we know, talking about the ex-presidents that are in support, we know that former President Olusegun Obasanjo has been a frontliner in having a third force, and for him, Obi represents that third force. And in this instance, teaming up with the revered Rabiu Kwankwaso, for me, is a game changer going into the next election.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back with other reports. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles
with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at Frontline Africa, which says Efron shooting. Police Service Commission confirms dismissal of alleged killer cop 4 others. The Police Service Commission has confirmed the dismissal of police officers accused of involvement in a fatal shooting in Efron, along with 4 other officers, as part of disciplinary actions aimed at ensuring accountability and restoring public trust.
All right. In this instance, it made the headlines all over Nigeria, seeing that gory video of a police officer summarily executing a Nigerian. In this instance, irrespective of whatever his crime or his offense is, we do not know where a police officer got that right from. Definitely not from the Nigerian Constitution, and not from any power vested in the police in Nigeria to summarily execute any individual, bar Nigerian in this instance. And we've seen, Mr. Rest, that the Police Service Commission has gone ahead to dismiss Assistant Superintendent of Police, Nuhu Usman, and 4 others who witnessed this heinous, horrendous crime.
You see, extrajudicial killing is a crime. It is murder. You see, what they did to the young man was murder. Whether the young man was involved in crime or not, they should be able. And of course, he is even deemed innocent. Unless where is arraigned before a court of competent jurisdiction and then convicted. That is where he becomes a convict. But in that circumstance, he should have shot him. But it was so premeditated that he did the 4 shots, he couldn't go. And then he brought out his bullet, and then they gave him a bullet, which he used single bullet to put in, and shoot the guy. And the guy died. And when he came to, he took him to the station, and when he got to the station, he shot him again many times. So, which means it was a case of murder. Now that they sacked, fine, they now come back before the law to defend themselves for what they have done. And that is exactly the way it is. And that is the way the law should go. And that's the way the law has gone. And kudos to police for taking action so that it will deter other policemen from, going into extrajudicial killings. There are allegations of many of such killings. Sometimes they're unlucky. This one, if they had taken him to the station and shot him, he wouldn't have been out. But they did in the presence of many people, the public. That is why he came into the social media. It was the social media that actually alerted the police authorities to take the actions they have taken now.
All right. In this instance, we urge the Police Service Commission and the IG of Police that dismissal is not enough. We should see to it that these individuals are prosecuted and serve the time as will be pronounced by the court of competent jurisdiction in this instance. Irrespective of what anybody has done, if such an individual has not been found guilty, he is still innocent or still proven guilty. And in the case of 28 years old Ogili, he should have been left alive to answer to any crime he may have committed. And in this instance, allegedly, going to send or receive a parcel in a motor park where it was found that there was a fabricated pistol and 4 rounds of 9mm ammunition in this instance was not enough for him to be summarily executed. We continue to track this issue, and we thank and urge the publishers of Frontline Africa to continue to follow up on this issue. We'll continue to x-ray this issue until justice is not just seen to have been done, but justice must be done and served rightly in this instance.
And that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite close to your nearest vendor, or you can catch the full details online. Also, this is where we're calling the wrap on this edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
Mr. Rice, it's always a pleasure having you here on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me, and for you, viewer, keep watching us on Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise and Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, this distrust translates into a behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as the default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Hello, welcome to Sports Hub here on Aneke TV. It's your one and only sports oracle, bringing you the best of what's happening in the world of sports. And this morning we'll be going right into the main matter because we had a lot of fun and vibe in the world of sports just last weekend. And doing this morning with my main man, Worldwide. Worldwide, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I know you Man U fans are happy.
Yeah, we are happy. We are happy.
Oh, you are happy?
I'm a Man U
this
fan.
Guy, you say you're a Liverpool fan?
No.
Are you serious?
I'm a Man U fan. I like Liverpool still.
Okay.
So I support both.
Okay, that's fine. Now let's just take a look at what's happening in the world of sport from the Punch headline. I mean, talking about Punch Extra. We have Inform Iheanacho boost Celtic title race. Iheanacho is really boosting, man. Iheanacho is really doing wonderful. Then we just have down Hen Label's Joshua boxing return, ultimate comeback. Now Jamaica sets new mixed 4x100-meter world record in Gaborone. We have by the side, just by the right down corner, Salah pleads for Henderson's Anfield farewell. We go by the left down side, we have Pedri breaks Messi's record. Milan offers 43.2 million euros loan to Arsenal. Now we have Madrid still in search for Arbeloa's successor. Of course. What do you think, Worldwide?
Well, this is going to be the case for Madrid for throughout this season till the end. But their favorite, of course, is still Mourinho.
Yeah.
And I think the president is already giving a go-ahead for Jose Mourinho to come back. So I'm expecting him to be...
Jose Mourinho coming back to Real Madrid would
really
be like a veteran who goes back to the war site to, teach the young kids how to handle that.
In their case now, they need that kind of coach. They need an experienced coach right now.
Because this thing they are doing is not a it's not what they would do. And imagine by now, Real Madrid are out of the Champions League.
They are out of the Champions League. They are not even in the title race. Barca just need one win to lift the trophy.
You see, so where is the starmanship? We're talking
Real
about
Madrid renew. It's not what we are seeing. And their next match is against Barcelona. I think that's their Clasico.
We're going to see what happens there. And we have Devils secure UEFA Champions League football for next season. That's the good Devils, and they are the Red Devils.
The Red Devils.
Yes, and we have Olise refused Eagles' invitation in 2019. That's from former Nigerian head coach. Chele scouts MPFL players ahead of Unity Cup. We talked about this, and we expect him to find. You ask and you shall.
This is the avenue for him to look for some of those players. It's not everything is not about foreign based.
It's not about foreign based.
Let them have the opportunity to.
Well, we're going to talk about it. Maybe
we have great talents there.
Yeah,
great talents.
Great talents. We're going to talk about it maybe at the end of the week. Yeah. We're going to explore and X-ray Nigeria Professional Football League. What is actually there? The kind of talent we have in Nigerian Professional Football League. I'm sure that all we need is the exposure and.
Yeah, it's just the experience. People don't get time to watch those people.
Yeah, of course.
But they are great players there.
They are great players. Now we have Babajide Oladipo wins Women's Serie A title. That's on the world release. We have Nigeria secure more tickets in Gaborone. Then Osimhen, confident of Gala's Super League triumph, enter win 21st Serie A title.
Congratulations
to Inter Milan. Congratulations. Now let's move where we have I could have gone 3 years ago. That's from Bruno Fernandes. He said he could have gone 3 years ago. Now, just taking a look at this, let's just talk about Manchester United running back to the biggest stage.
Of course.
Yes.
That's a proud thing. It's a proud thing for them.
It's a very proud thing. Being away for 2 years.
That's 2 years now.
Yes.
Wow. That's for a club like Manchester United, not to feature in the Champions League.
For 2 years, for 2 seasons.
It was really sad. Anyway, for me, it was sad for me to not seeing my club play at that level. But now we are back.
Yeah, we are back. And
there's always excitement when we come.
I mean, we should have the Champions League flyer on the screen where we have back on the biggest stage.
No, we are back.
Yes, back on the biggest stage. This one is from I want to say Nigeria Premier League. This one is from English Premier League. Yeah. Everyone is just designing for Manchester United.
Of course,
everyone is just happy for Manchester
United. This is a big club now.
If
not for the past 2 seasons that we have gone so bad.
Yes. Now, I've not seen that back on the biggest stage. That's the one I want to see on the screen.
No, very soon. Maybe we will design it ourselves.
We will design it ourselves. But actually, we should see that's from UEFA. UEFA had to be waiting. Have you seen that meme? Yes, that's it. Back on the biggest stage. That's the one we want to see.
The amount of ticket they will sell this next Champions League. The publicity they are going to get.
And then we have a team that has been challenging Manchester United, that played with Manchester United yesterday in the score. That's Liverpool. When I say they are Liverpool, that they're always walking alone, you feel like I'm not a nice person.
No, this period they are walking alone for.
They are really walking alone.
Funny enough, they've tried this season. They had a lot of. You can see the injury crisis Liverpool are having. You can't blame them.
Which club lacks?
You can't compare it to Manchester United. Manchester United, you just had the defense, and of course there are guys. Now Liverpool strike, Isak and Kitty Boy is not there. At the wing, you have Salah, is not there. At the post, there are 2 goalkeepers, first and second are not there. It's the third choice keeper they are using, and the defense, of course, you still have injury crisis there. So this is not the Liverpool team that we play Manchester United, and you're expecting them to get a result.
So they should not get a result.
No.
But they equalized.
They equalized, of course. That was because of defensive error.
Because of defensive error. In the word of a wise man, that's the wisest football analytics I've heard this week. Yeah. That you scored 2. Then you gave them 2.
You gave them 2
then
just to make the match
exciting. To make the match exciting.
That's what I see. Manchester United just gave them those.
Just take 2 and
We are not enemies.
We're not enemies. We
enjoy
just
the football.
Give you 2 goals so that you can see whether it's just like a child. You are running with a child. You have gone to the ending of the line.
Yeah,
finishing
for
point.
Just stay
yes, and then you come back to the child.
Even when we used to play PS2, then you score somebody and you see that maybe the match is no more interesting. You allow him to equalize just to feel among that he's playing good game. Then at the end of the day, you still beat him.
Now let's talk about something very important. Apart from that, Manchester United winning, Liverpool. Now, looking at Michael Carrick and what he has done with Manchester United, this Manchester United team that everyone has been complaining about, and he has used the same team, not signing anybody, not bringing anybody in. Just by this beginning of the season, Kunha had to come in from Wolves, where you have Brian Bomo. He came in from Brentford, and Senne Lammens from Antwerp, Royal Antwerp in Belgium. Then we have we have all the rest of them who came in for the next season. That's the season. Now, do you think Michael Carrick would deserves to coach Manchester United?
Well, 100% yes. I think he deserves. You know, you have seen the charisma he brought to the team. You have seen the quality he brought, the confidence he gave, because it's the same players Amorim was using. So there's no, you can't tell me that somebody else came in and changed the game. It's all the effect of the coach. So for me, he deserves a chance to continue the coach. Look at the record. How many matches has he won? He beat, as in, he won Manchester City, he won Arsenal, he won Liverpool, he has beaten Chelsea, he has beaten Tottenham, he has won the big boys in the Premier League with the same squad that Amorim was complaining that they are not good enough.
Okay.
The same players, just the mentality that he has given to them, you know, the drama he has brought to Manchester United, he deserves a spot at least as the head coach. He deserves a trial.
And then you know that I feel he really deserves it.
No, of course.
He should have.
If at the end of the season,
if Manchester United is going for the likes of Pep Guardiola,
which we know Manchester United will not go for,
or Luis Enrique, then
yes, those are the two coaches who can
yes,
say
we could
maybe
give him,
it would be an assistant.
It's
not that they will just let him go.
No.
If
you let Michael Carrick go,
even the players will not be happy.
Even the players will not be happy. Teams will come, and you know that. I think if you notice what's happening in Manchester United now, players are not agitating to leave.
No.
There's peace, there's calmness.
Look at Fernandes saying he could have gone. That's 3 years ago when he was even more active, but he decided to stay. Now he has a Carrick and he's performing well. He's telling you he wants to stay. He loves the club and he's in good relationship with the coach.
Now, finally, let's talk about the Premier League, almost the last part of the table, where we have Nottingham Forest on the 16th position, Tottenham on the 17th position, and West Ham on the 18th. Burnley and Wolves. Wolves have been relegated already.
Burnley and Wolves have gone.
Yes, imagine having 20 points in a season of 38 games and then having 18 points. Like West Ham is remaining West Ham and Tottenham.
This is where the drama is going to be more. Apart from we have the drama at the top, we have the drama at this bottom line. Where you are fighting for relegation is not easily, it's not something that you want to be in that position. Tottenham finding themselves in this position now, I believe it's not something they will have envisaged that we are going to be at this spot. So you saw the match against Aston Villa. You saw the percentage they gave each player. They gave even more than, I won't say 100%. That was more than 100% contribution from everybody. Even when they substituted somebody, he was happy, jubilating with the fans that yes, I've done my part. They struggled to the end to defend that 2-0 lead, despite Aston Villa still getting a goal at the end of the day. But you saw what that victory meant for them, lifting them above West Ham. Now they are on the 17th spot, and their next match, hoping to get a win. This is where we are going to see the excitement in this Premier League at the top and at the bottom. This is where the excitement
and this is why it's Premier League. And a lot of people have said Premier League is not the best in the world, citing several reasons.
I've always said it that they don't know what
I used to look at them. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you actually mean?
Are you seeing this kind of excitement?
This kind of excitement where you have teams that have. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. They're having almost the same points. Any mistake Arsenal makes now, Arsenal will lose the league.
They will lose
any mistake Manchester City makes now, they will lose the league. In fact,
that's what confirms the league now. Imagine Barcelona leading Madrid with almost how many points? If let's say Madrid got draw yesterday, the league is already over. They will give the title to Barcelona.
But they won.
They won. There's no competitive, football in that league. I just see Madrid and Barcelona. That's all. Atletico Madrid and Villarreal, they are far back.
They are not
giving them competition.
They are back. They are backwards.
The Premier League is the best league. It's the most competitive. Let's not argue about it. There's no argument. We're not arguing about that.
Imagine by now. We're not talking about many years ago. Like we're talking about, in fact, when we talk about leagues in the world, there are things I talk about. Firstly, is that these leagues now are actually, people have already lifted their trophies.
Of course.
And we're talking about recent times because you can't bring the past into now.
No.
We can only trace the history. So now people have lifted trophies already.
And Inter Milan has lifted
their
Bayern
trophies.
Munich is a long time ago. PSG are just,
they are just waiting for the... Now Barcelona, we're looking at them.
Just a single win, they will still lift their trophy.
So you see what's happening. So that is actually something we have to... But what do I... Tomorrow is the big day.
For Champions League.
Yes.
I think the first match is Arsenal's match.
Thank God they are first now.
Yeah, just if they should play their football first and allow us enjoy Wednesday night. So they should not bring back that memory of last week.
Haram football where everyone.
Anyway, but I believe the match will be exciting this time around.
Let's see. Let's actually see.
I'm hoping for an exciting
Okay, what's
match.
the score for? Let's just take it further. Score today that you have for... Of course, Chelsea is playing today.
Chelsea is playing today.
Man City is playing today. But then, let's talk about Champions League. So what's the score for tomorrow?
Okay, for Arsenal. For me, I will give Arsenal 1-0.
Okay.
They are going to win 1-0. That's my own prediction.
Well, that's your own prediction, and my prediction is that tomorrow is going to be the game you have to watch so that you can give me your prediction. As a sports oracle, I'm very intentional with how I give my prediction so that you don't go and fall inside the sea of football. Well, this is where we're calling it today. Thank you very much, Worldwide, for doing this with me. And catch you same time tomorrow, same station on Aneke TV, as we'll be diving into the world of sports and be taking you around what is happening and what's trending. Until that time, I am Good Hope Chukuma, the sports oracle. Have a wonderful morning.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth, even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. There are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, the Supreme Court's ruling has once again thrown the political battle wide open for the African Democratic Congress. The stakes could not be higher. At a time when the race for 2027 is beginning to take shape, the question before many Nigerians is no longer just about law. It is about leadership, legitimacy, strategy, and survival. Can the ADC turn this moment of legal and political uncertainty into an opportunity for renewal under the leadership of David Mark? Or will the party remain trapped in the familiar shadows of internal conflict and contest, legal complexities, and political doubt? These are not ordinary questions. They go to the very heart of the future of opposition politics in Nigeria. Today, we examine the power. Yes, we examine the power play, the politics, and the legal implications of yesterday's Supreme Court decision and what it means for the ADC journey towards 2027. And with us is Barrister Nnadume Ofokansi Ozo, a legal luminary and one who prides himself as a farmer, who will help us unpack the judgment, the likely consequences, and the road ahead. This is The Insight, Power, Politics, and the Supreme Court, ADC's 2027 battle. Ozo, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you for having me this morning once more.
Yes, sir. Ozo, before we dig into these issues, let's take a moment to celebrate and talk about the Nigerian workers. Today is May 1st, and the Nigerian workers are being celebrated all over. Today is a public holiday, and if you go across the nation, you see Nigerian workers observing and marking today. But bear with me, I want to ask, what is the reality of the Nigerian worker?
Well, you see, the Nigerian worker, I was trying to calculate how many years it took Nigeria to recognize the civil unions of workers. Because if you recall that these things followed the 1886 declaration in Chicago, United States, where workers had a strike. Very, well, how do I put it now? Well, a very confrontational strike with the government over 8-hour work day. That is reducing the 8, because that before 1886, it was just an open something. Whichever you negotiate with your employer is how many hours you work. So they wanted to unify the number of hours, and they had to go on strike. That was 1886, and it took Nigeria to 1981. You could imagine the difference in the number of years before Nigeria now officially recognized May 1st as a Workers' Day. But all in all, you can see the Nigerian worker is a trapped species.
A trapped species?
Yes, he's a trapped species because a lot of things are going wrong with the government and the worker, the average Nigerian civil servant. They will tell you they have increased the minimum wage to 70,000 naira a week. Sorry, 70,000 naira a month. Now, you take 70,000 naira, you go and buy food at 1,225 naira a liter. In other words, people who drive 100-liter cars cannot even fill their tank with their monthly salary. You are not talking about the fact that they live in rented apartments. You are not talking about the fact that they have to pay their children's school fees. Don't even talk about their feeding. So if you take the average worker who earns that minimum wage, for instance, let us assume that he will not have a car, but at least he has to pay for his house. And there is no single room tenement now in Enugu, for instance, that goes for anything less than 10,000, 15,000 naira a month. Now, you check what type of food they eat, you check the school their children attend. That's why I said the Nigerian worker is a trapped species, because there's nothing he can do other than to follow the tide of the government, which of course is not even favorable to him. But we can't leave the civil service, it has to continue. But the underlying factor is that the government has to match workers' welfare with present economic realities. If they don't do that, you keep on besieging or seeing this incessant, this strike, that, this, that. So that's why I said I trapped species. So I applaud them for celebrating their day today, but I also sympathize with them. The government uses them as a guinea pig.
You urge them and you celebrate with them,
yeah,
but you sympathize with them as well.
Yeah, I celebrate with them because they are celebrating. So fella calls is suffering and smiling. So what the Nigerian worker doing is suffering and smiling.
All right. Yes. Maybe the next time we'll meet, we'll be x-raying the life of the Nigerian worker.
Okay.
Yes, we'll go into in-depth analysis of their reality. Yes. However, also, let's get back to this issue. Bearing in mind the Supreme Court rulings yesterday, and I want to ask, what's the real meaning of yesterday's Supreme Court ruling for the ADC and for David Mark's leadership?
Well, the underlying factor is that Supreme Court reaffirmed its earlier position.
Okay.
That court does not interfere with the internal affairs of a political party. It's not like court now telling you how much you will give your wife for feeding in a day, unless there is a challenge and your wife is being starved and she goes to court. But besides that, the court cannot interfere with your domestic affair, how you run your family. So it's just the same thing with the political parties. Supreme Court just reaffirmed their position and sort of distance themselves from the Court of Appeals reinforcement of the status quo. You cannot reinforce a status quo in a political party without definition. So if there is a crisis, see them on the crisis and solve the crisis as a court. Fine. So that was exactly how the takeaway I have from these judgments. You can also see what they did also in PDP. It is almost the same thing. So just as they did in David Mark. And I remember it was Nephew Gombe's matter that was decided yesterday. The other one that is still pending is still there. That one has not come, but at least the Federal High Court now have a guide. The guide they now have is that they don't need to overrule the Supreme Court.
They don't need to overrule the Supreme Court.
No. If the Supreme Court now says that David Mark's candidacy as a chairman of ADC is valid and that the court shouldn't have interfered with it, that implies that remitting the thing back to the Federal High Court for complete trial and adjudication and then judgment. You have been given a signpost, you have been pigeonholed into a system of reasoning in which you have to follow without trying to overrule what they have said yesterday. Because if you rule otherwise, maybe send the David Mark this thing packing at the Federal High Court. You are dragging them back to the Supreme Court again because already the Supreme Court has said, leave it as it is. So don't go to make pronouncements on the internal running of their party.
But in this instance, referring them back to the Supreme Court to look at the process,
the Federal High Court,
yes, to look at the process upon which David Mark leadership came about in this instance.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that reference, but for now, the issue remains that David Mark and his group are valid. Their office is valid, and they can continue with whatever they are doing. So the Federal High Court has every right to look. That's why I said you don't interfere with the internal affairs of the political unless there is a direct breach of either your own constitutions. Because whenever there is a disagreement in political party, the best thing court looks at is the constitution of that party. Okay. Court doesn't buy out from it to look at the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. No. Because the only thing the Federal Republic of Nigeria talked about party and their assembly is that whoever going to run for an office in any party must have to do so through a political party. In other words, because they didn't give rights to independent candidates. So we now, if there is a disagreement among them, how the party is run and who is running it, and it comes to the court will look at whether it breached their own constitution, not the federal, not Nigerian federal constitution.
Okay, in essence, for the sake of the audience, what we are saying is that the court is to look at who is the lawful leadership of ADC, One, whether the process that produced Bach's leadership was valid. Two, and if the court has the authority to intervene in the dispute. That's what we're saying here.
Yeah. First of all, you have to consider your jurisdiction first. That is the last one I mentioned, whether the court has authority to intervene. Look at whether you have jurisdiction to intervene in the matter. If you feel you don't have, you now check why did they even come to court in the first instance. They say they have disagreement over succession. Now you say they bring your constitution, let me see how you succeed yourselves in office. So the court will now look at that constitution and interpret it strictly as it is, without trying to import anything from any other law. If their constitution says tenure of office is maybe 3 years, or the National Working Committee has every right to dissolve the executive even when their tenure has not expired, or to change office where they have resigned, because there are a lot of things that can lead to change of office. If their constitution says that, and the National Working Committee has worked in that tandem, the court cannot rule otherwise. So, but for now, the Supreme Court has said, whoever is there, let him be. So don't just go to stop whatever they are doing. Because that's the hallmark of democracy. And at least what the Supreme Court did, as far as I'm concerned, both as a lawyer, as a social critic, is what I call Lego face saving measure.
Lego face saving measure.
Yeah, they're trying to save their face. Because you can see that the court has taken a lot of bashing now from the general public, both from content creators, both from opinion molders, both from right-thinking Nigerians, including us lawyers. Yes, because that's the beauty of law. If you are not doing it well, we will still have every right to criticize you, even as a lawyer, because you might give a ruling or a judgment. I may not agree with the judgment, but I would abide by it because that is what the court has done, what has said. You can recall during the Imo State saga, when Hope Uzodimma collected a lot of ballot papers in Ghana must go and took it to Supreme Court. INEC said these are not our ballot papers. But Supreme Court accepted the ballot papers and declared Hope Uzodimma winner of the election. So people thought it was a joke until they went back to the court. What actually happened? Interpret for us. In that interpretation, it was only Justice Wells out of the other 5 justices that fired away from his earlier position and now gave what they call a dissenting judgment, saying that Supreme Court is infallible, not because they are the last. That's the last place you have to go. Not that they are infallible. They can also make mistakes because it's manned by human beings. And they have corrected themselves over the years. This is not the first. So he read a long list of judgment that lasted for nearly an hour. So at the end of the day, people started clapping in the Supreme Court. Just like what happened yesterday in the same Supreme Court. Immediately, this the NDC, because people were not even interested in the PDP judgment. Everybody was interested in the NDC judgment. So immediately they sort of threw away what the Court of Appeal said about maintaining status quo. There was jubilation everywhere. So that shows you, that's what I call Lego justice embellished in social justice. So social justice took place, so legal justice also took place. So that is what we witnessed yesterday.
All right, let me digress a bit. In this very instance, let's look at the dissenting judgments that we'll get at the Supreme Court. Is that for just academic exercise?
No, they're not for academic exercise. Dissenting judgments, most of the time, will be the judgment the Supreme Court will still rely on in years to come, because that is what the position of the law says. If you go to when we were at the substantive law level, that's when you were reading law at the university, most judgments they used to give us an example of a good principle of law. Most of them are dissenting judgments. It happens both even with Lord Denning in the UK. Open to put at them here, even as late as Nikitobi. Show them. These are people when Supreme Court was Supreme Court. So the dissenting judgment is not for academic exercise. It is most of the time the position of the law. But sometimes you also find out that there are circumstances the Supreme Court can bend over backwards to do the bidding of people in power.
Okay.
And such times are the times many of us who are social commentators criticize the Supreme Court, because if you look at from 1993 to date, the courts doesn't give judgment in favor of the masses. Most judgment courts give are in tandem with executive dictates.
But under the dictates of the Nigerian constitutional law?
Yeah, you can always find a way to circumvent justice if you are a clever judge. After all, let's take ourselves down memory lane. In 1993, Abiola won an election, which was acclaimed one of the freest, safest, and people-oriented election Nigeria has ever had, including Africa has ever had. Babangida refused. Wosu refused. Wosu was the electoral umpire. While Babangida was refusing, Wosu was refusing. Babangida didn't know what to say. Even Kwela Abacha, because we have read Wosu's book, his memos. You see, Kwela Abacha had been threatening him. What he did to secure his life was to file an action before the Court of Appeal in Kaduna. I think it's Kaduna. It's Court of Appeal in Kaduna. And dump all the documents there. I think it was before Justice, who was this judge there, what was presiding judge at the Court of Appeal in Kaduna. I remember the name. Not Oraka, I don't think it's Oraka, I remember the name. So he dumped the whole thing there. It then became public document, so that if you want, you apply for CTC, they will give you everything. So pressmen like you now invaded the court. They were now scoping the result from there. Why it was even before the appeal, remember Justice Ibem, under a candlelight, was the person who gave vent to Babangida's wishes by annulling the election by 9 p.m. in the night. That's why I say most times, electoral is concerns election. Courts doesn't stand on the way of on the side of the masses. They often stand on the side of the government.
Often stand on the side of the government.
Yes, you can also see the 2023 election. But now, to cap Abiola's own up, you see, after 1993, 30 years thereafter, the same election that was annulled by Babangida through Justice BMS Federal High Court was now claimed to be election won by Moshood Kalewola Abiola. Now, they now accepted he won the election, which means he became the president, but a posthumous president. They now conferred on him GCFR. In 2023, we know peterobi won the election. There's no need trying to apply cosmetics. Everybody in Nigeria knows peterobi won the election.
But the court disagreed.
Just like they decided in Abiola's own. They didn't decide in Abiola's own. So we know that peterobi won the election in 2023. Now, peterobi doesn't want to use violence or declare himself like Abiola declared himself in Egbeteku. peterobi say let him follow the due process. Even against the advice of some people that Nigerian court is not the court of yesterday when you contested for governor in Anambra State. But he's a man who obeys the rule of law. He went through the rigors. Now, the appeal declined giving him his victory, rather declared the one declared by INEC as the victor, that is Tinubu. They went to the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court, in trying to find a leeway out to escape from public odium, now was talking about the excessive reliance on beavers. And they said that this beavers is not a creation of law, but a creation of the rules of INEC. When they, the Supreme Court, also know that whenever any law gives you power to make rules for the conduct of anything, that rule you have made is part of that law. So you don't treat that one as rule separately. And then the other one, it's just like, it's different from like, say, the civil service law may not provide rules, the provision for civil service to make rules, civil service rules. But by the Civil Service Commission, they decide to make rules. It's unlike that one, just like the Constitution of Nigeria, give the Chief Judge of Nigeria the power to make rules for the enforcement of fundamental rights as enshrined in Chapter 4 of our Constitution. So if the Chief Judge having made the fundamental rights enforcement procedural rules, You will now flag the rules and say it is rule, that is not law. It is law because it was the constitution that gave the chief judge that power to make the rules. So whatever thing you flout in the rules, you compensate for it, either in terms of monetary listing or your process suffers a lapse. So we'll move on to 2023. So that was why I said it was later that El-Rufai, when he fell out with tinubu, now published, because they have the results, they have the real results. He now published, and people now are asking, what is the importance of publishing the result now? After all, they had denied the P2B his victory. I said there is a lot of things embedded in that publication of El-Rufai. But that's what the results gotten from situation room of both even PDP and Labour Party. But because PDP was now declared second position, just to humiliate Peter and make him dead, PDP then kept quiet. But PDP people also then produced the same result, and that was the result of the election.
But it's of no legal consequences.
I'm coming. The legal consequences is that P2B his own lifetime, so he won the election. That is it. He now says it everywhere he goes, that we won the election 2023. Before, he wasn't proud to say it, or he wasn't bold enough to say it. But after publication, he now said it happened in his lifetime, not like Abiola's own. After P2B may have been buried 30 years, maybe in 2040, when some of us must have died. They will say, oh, sorry, P2B won the 2020 election. We shall compare him GCFR. They'll go and place it in his grave. So he saw his own alive. Abiola never saw his own alive. That's the difference. So it has a lot of relevance.
All right. In this instance, what is the way out from this judicial situation? Let me not just hit Peter the Supreme Court, but the judiciary.
The way out is for the legislators, which they cannot do, because they know that it is only through shenanigans in election that they win elections, not by people's votes. Let the legislature make such a rule that no court can ever invalidate any other election conducted in Nigeria. If there is any person who breaches any of the electoral act, that person should be singled out and prosecuted. If it is because of vote count or discrepancy in terms of voting, you order a rerun. 7 persons, that is the maximum that can sit in Supreme Court. 7 persons cannot change the will of about 200 million people. I don't know why you see sometimes when you give judgment, there's no justice in it, and people start protesting. Because when you give judgment and there's justice, people rejoice. I keep on saying it. That for the justice, this one, what you call it in law, obiter. This one they did yesterday was even an obiter dictum, not even a full judgment. But saying that the Court of Appeal couldn't have interfered in what the people were doing in their political party, meaning that the status quo they said should maintain is even irrelevant. Now, because of that, he saw the jubilation. What about if it had been a full-scale judgment that now says INEC should not even take away anybody's name from his portal for whatever reason, because they don't have such power. If they want to such interpretation, they should come back to court. And that this and so party remains the authentic, blah, blah, blah. You know, you will see more jubilations across board. So, but when there is kind of judgment like the type they got at the court. I remember Court of Appeal upheld the judgment of the Federal High Court, maintaining the status quo in an interim application. People went out of the Supreme Court in solemn mood. I mean, out of the Court of Appeal in solemn mood. But yesterday, from the doors of the Supreme Court, people started jubilating up to the junction of the 3-arm zone. So that is judgment leading with justice.
In this instance, let me track back to the issue. This ruling yesterday, does he give David Mark a hold on the party, or does he just buy time for the David Mark leadership?
No, for now, it's a hold. It's a hold for now, until otherwise ruled by any other court or by the same Supreme Court. But the man is having a hold on his party.
He's having a hold on this party?
Yeah.
What's the political significance of having a hold on the party when the High Court can equally upturn that hold?
If the High Court upturns it, you go on appeal again. All right? If the appeal court, you go back to the Supreme Court. That is the reason of having the hold.
Barrister, let's talk the politics of it. Through this sequence, where does that really leave the ADC, who understand the time frame of INEC, you know, which is in few days' time, as at 10th of May, every political party must have submitted the party's register in this instance, and you have until 30th of May to deal with primaries and disputes arising from the primaries, while the ADC will be in court all through the period as well.
No. See, when you are in court, there's something you call principle of least pendings. Least pendings means that you are in court and you are continuing with whatever you are doing. The implication is that if it comes in your favor, you rejoice. If it comes against you, you bear the consequences. So, you need to go and fold up your hands and say because you are in court, you won't do anything. Nature hates vacuum.
But the implication may be that all actions taken by the David Mark leadership, if at the end of the day they do not have given victory in the High Court, may be upturned.
That's if the Federal High Court upturns his leadership. See, that's why I said that the Supreme Court gave what we call legal face-saving judgment. If I were to sit at the Apex Court, my ruling could have been very, very direct. I couldn't have just, dillied around it. I could have made very vital pronouncements. Number one is that Nephew Gombe didn't even get any order of court on merit. What do I mean? When you want to get an order of court on merit, you must have the other party. The thing we call ex parte is the one you get when you have not had the other party. Then you have to find the one they call on notice and serve the party. The party will now say why he can do this and that is why that kind of order lasts only for 14 days. But you now saw that inec made a mountain out of that molehill by using it to strike out the name of ADC from their portal. An interim application that ordinarily dies with a fraction of time in 14 days, it then became a subject of movement for appeal. So that's why I said Supreme Court could have gone deeper than what they did. That's all I'm saying. It's not that what they did was not okay. But again, you also check what brought the parties to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court cannot go out of their way to start delivering a judgment in a final suit that has not come up before them. If it is interlocutory application like the one they call interlocutory that comes in between the ongoing suits, that implies that you, as an individual, still need to go and finish up the suit pending at the High Court. Even the Supreme Court of President frowns at certain interlocutory applications. But this one is an interlocutory that deals with the national side. Because if you bring interlocutory application against a suit that is pending in lower court, they will tell you go and finish up the case. If you are challenging jurisdiction, when you come up to the final appeal, add it there as a ground of appeal. We shall look at it. But if they do it in this one, that means they have fostered a situation of hopelessness on Nigerians. So they also look at the social justice, just like they did in 1979, when the interpretation of 2/3 of 19 states between Awolowo and Shagari arose. They brought all manner of mathematicians, including Chikobi, to come and calculate 2/3 of 19. At the end of the day, they now say, let 2/3 of 19 be 2/3 of 19, but don't cite us. Don't make it as a reference point as a lawyer. And lawyers kept citing it until they changed it themselves. So that one is the social justice, because the army has stayed from 1967, when they had the military coup, to the whole of the 70s, till 1979. So they now said, okay, no, let us try civilian regime. So when the matter came, because if they have annulled that election of Shagari, it would have given the army another opportunity again, because it was fashionable in Africa then for military coups to be staged. They could have struck immediately without wasting time. But remember, they didn't even give Shagari much time. Shagari just finished the first 4 years to come into the second tenure. They struggled.
All right. Also, on that note, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to probe these issues. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. And if you've just been joining us, we've been looking at power, politics, and the Supreme Court, ADC's 2027 battle, and helping us to navigate this issue is Barrister Nnadume Ofokansi, a legal luminary and one who prides himself as a farmer. Also, let's continue to dig into this Supreme Court ruling and where that leaves the ADC. And asking, having seen that the Supreme Court has referred the issue back to the Federal High Court, I'm asking, this whole situation, where does it really leave the ADC as an opposition political party?
It has left them, one, jumping the first hurdle of having their names back to the inec portal. That's the first hurdle they have jumped. Now, it leaves them with the ocean of another hurdle, the second hurdle, of internal democracy among themselves, before they now talk of the third hurdle. What if the Federal High Court now decides otherwise? So you can see, it is not yet to huru for ADC. But like I said, no, it's not yet to huru. But like I said, you don't go to sleep and wait for the court. The timetable will be going. And that may be the intention of Amopiton, you know, to shortchange some people and franchise them.
Allegedly?
No, by his close-knit timetable. Otherwise, these things he's telling people, submit lists of digital members of your party before 10th. Today is 1st, 9 days more. Now, this is what he knew he would do since last year. Because APC, the ruling party, started their own in November. Because I know that in my village, they will beat the village come and tell people that if you have problem with the NI, come and we'll correct it for you. Then you bring the NI and they will use it and register you and say you are now a member of APC. So when a lot of people now hear that, yes, peterobi has joined the ADC, we want to register there, and you try to key it into the internet, it's previously registered. Not that you cannot change party, you can, but the sequence is now more difficult than before. You can jump from one party to the other because you need to cancel the one you have in the former party before the system accepts you in the other one, because the internet is a global phenomenon. So if they have jumped the first hurdle here, now comes the hurdle of the internal democracy within party. You know, president of Nigeria has to be one person. You're not everybody. But even within the ADC, the greater number of those who are going to vote are clamoring for P2B's combination with one person. But you can find out that some silent elements in the ADC, Kenneth Okongo, for instance, ndlea, for instance, are angling for Atiku Abubakar. I don't actually know who is angling for Rotimi Amechi, whether Rotimi will eventually end up as Vice President Atiku. So, but you find out that in 2015, this same thing played out. Was it 2015 or 2019? When did Peter become first? That was
2019. He was a vice to Atiku.
Yes, yes, a vice to Atiku. That was when Atiku came back, and that was, I think, the second tenure of Buhari. Good. To 2019. People went, but including yours sincerely, who is sitting before you here, went to the Wadaza Plaza in Abuja at PDP National Secretariat. We told the chairman, I remember his name, the crowd was excessive. It's straight from here down to New Haven. But there were supposed people who were in front. I was actually in front. If you have watched the video, you see me. When I asked the party hierarchy, give us P2B as presidential candidates. I think that was 20.
Okay, that was 2022.
22, sorry, 2022. When we were now doing 1 million man march for Obi, everywhere we go. That was 2022, not 2019. So the man now told us, what did this man say? He told us that, well, with a microphone, that it doesn't lie only his power to give us peterobi, but it lies both in the power of the National Working Committee and other stakeholders. We said, okay, people started organizing 1 million man march here, 1 million man march there. Virtually all the 30 states, but people who are falling over themselves over whose the million march will be larger than the other one. So this is our record. Now they decided otherwise, and then selected a committee in which our dear governor then, if I was a member, and they threw open the presidential ticket of an indirect primary that people are going to Abuja to vote. I think usually we'll buy such primaries over. And when peterobi now saw dollars were being shared, no more in Naira, he resigned from PDP. And when he resigned from PDP, a lot of parties started worrying him. The Labour Party, which was a very quiet party, the presidential candidate was Pat Utomi. So it was a quiet party, no rancor, no noise, just let them fulfill all righteousness that they have to feed their candidates. Now, we saw that Labour Party, being a labor movement, has a following in 774 local governments of the nation. That actually contributed to Peter pitching tent with the Labour Party. Having pitched the tent with the Labour Party, Pat Utomi stepped down, just like what Nwosu did in the ADC. He stepped down peacefully. Then, remember, the ruling party never gave peterobi a single chance, because they were sure they can write results and then declare results. So they never gave him a chance. Then the campaign started. It was in the course of looking for a deputy that some strong outside stakeholders told him, we have somebody like you here in the north. If you want a deputy, a vice president for the north, we'll give you. They called Dati Ahmed into the bishop courts in Use. The man came. Peter was saying this thing. I'm not trying to narrate a story I got. He was the one saying it himself, and it's on public domain. So told the Dati that I want you to run with me. He said, I never knew that from Adam. I want you to run with me as vice president. That Nigeria is beyond repair. I don't want to soil my hand in this country. And the man began to preach to that Ahmed, look at Nigeria. Check what kind of nation you are going to bequeath to your children. Is it a nation governed by terrorists, nation governed by banditry, nation governed by armed robbers, kidnappers? Please, reconsider this. That was when that started crying and went into the register and cleaned up his face and said he's in. And they saw their campaign. Don't you know, Peter wasn't as forceful in claiming his mandate as that was. Because you can see that he was not afraid of anybody. He was saying it blunt. Don't swear Tinubu in. If you ever swear him in, Chief Judge, you have ended democracy. In national television, the man wasn't hiding anything. Because he knows what went wrong. Because you can't tell me that National Assembly of 2 chambers had no glitch. Suddenly, election conducted in the same day. Presidential election had a glitch. And they now called results which it did by manner collation. So, these are the challenges we talk about internal democracy. Because that's what brought me to this long story. So, if we allow internal democracy to prevail, because what ADC should be out for is not who will win primary. They should be out for who will win the election. Because it's not about winning primary. It is about winning the election. And they know that Obi has a larger following than any other candidate they are trying to field. And with its combination with one person, there are elections you win, it becomes difficult to rig. Like Peter did in Lagos, it was difficult to rig in Lagos in 2023 because the margin was so excessive that they keep on drawing it down. They remove 1,000. It couldn't work. They removed 200,000. No way. They now saw that. In fact, they cut it to the way they just added something to make sure that peterobi vote. But if they are giving peterobi the whole election result, as shown in the results displayed by Erufai and as collected by our situation room, the margin was excessive, virtually in every part of Nigeria, apart from the far north.
All right, Barrister,
yeah.
Looking at the Supreme Court's position yesterday, yes. Where does that leave INEC's credibility in all this process leading to the 2027
But
election?
I told you people, you pressmen, I told you when you confronted me when Amipito was appointed, I told you I don't have confidence in Amipito. I don't know if I'm Adamo, but birds of the same feather, they say, flock together. And you tell me your friends, I tell you who you are. Tell me who you follow. I tell you what you are, who you are. Tinubu cannot appoint a credible umpire. He cannot. Because he never won an election. He will still find somebody who will do his unscrupulous bidding. Like he coerced Yakub Mahmoud in 2023 and compensated him with ambassadorial appointment. That is enough even to put Mahmoud to trial. For accepting that appointment shows you are being compensated for what you did.
Pardon me.
Yes.
You said that's enough. Accepting the appointment.
Yes, accepting that appointment is enough because you headed what we call Independent Electoral Commission.
But he's done his tenure.
No, listen to me now. You headed it, and it was in your tenure that you produced the president who appointed you as ambassador. Under the Company and Allied Matters Act, we call it insider trading. It's not like you want to sell shares, you call your wife and call your children, come and buy the shares because it will increase by chance. If it is covered, the share they bought will be useless. So it's insider trading that Tinubu did. Because the man must have gotten some reward. He must have gotten some reward in order to do what he did, or gotten some promise, a promise of some enticement, something that could have enticed him. That's why he said he should have been put on trial. Mamu should have been arrested and put on in any sane society. Because there was an olive branch fronted before him. If you do this, you will do this to him. Now he did it. At the end of the day, they give him the appointment. So they should try him.
All right. Barrister, before I go into my final question, let's take a moment and watch a clip from the FCT minister regarding this conversation.
Go ahead. I'm ready to listen.
PDP has come to stay. And I've always said it before, and that it's a matter of people understanding what they were doing. The mere fact that you are in power or you are in position does not mean that you carry out acts as if you have no law regulating. There are no rules regulating the activities of the party. There are rules which you must comply with. And I thank God Almighty that this is where we are. My brother Baran Mohammed and my friend Shea Makinde, who are here now, is holding opposition coalition meeting, which we are not part. We are the main opposition party, and then I don't know where they will be heading to now. The import of this vacation of status quo ante bellum is that the leadership of the mark has been restored. I'm not the member of VDC. I'm not talking about anything. But however, assuming that is the current position, there was a judgment of the Federal High Court yesterday that said, no, barring INEC, don't even take anything from them, this and this and that. So ADC is still a big problem.
ADC is still a problem. Let me get your reaction to this.
No. You see, wike, who gave Wike the power to interpret? Of course, he's a lawyer, so to say, like all of us are interpreting the judgment one way or the other. But he interpreted that of vacation of the antebellum rightly. Yes, it was vacated, and the Federal High Court, he said, gave another order again that the names of so and so person should not be put on on the inec portal. That was what I told you before. I told you that it's not yet to huru for ADC. Because one door closes, another door opens. If the order of the Federal High Court of yesterday, or day before yesterday, bars are inec, and it is not part of why they went to the Supreme Court. Remember what I told you? It was nephew Gombe's status quo antebellum that dragged all of them to court, which INEC acted on. Now, a court has specifically now told INEC, don't accept, don't include, don't do this, don't do that. So you find out that INEC will still hang on that and say they are still obeying the laws of the land because a court has told us not to put
we'll have it on good authority that they've restored the video.
I'm coming. So they will say they have if they want to still continue to be mischievous. But you, like I said, Supreme Court gave face-saving judgment, like I told you before. INEC went into a cul-de-sac by the time they removed the name of David Mark and Bosala. The backlash that followed it, it was like a child who has been crying all this while and is looking for somebody to tell him, I beg, stop crying. He will just immediately stop crying. But if you beat a child in the morning and start crying, and he has been crying till 12 noon, and nobody has ever told the child, stop crying. Though. And somebody who is even passing says, this little girl, why are you crying? Piam, he will stop the crying. So I think I've been looking for somebody to placate them in the error they did ab initio in removing the name illegally. So what it will imply now is that if they reinstate the name back to the distance, they will now tell them, simple, let the process of the court be concluded at the Supreme Court before we know who to remove or who not to remove again. So they have used that very Igbo dictum of the crying child to restore the name. I'm aware they did.
Also, just in a nutshell, as we are out of time, I know that you favor the OK Obi Kwankwaso position, but let me ask in a nutshell, what are their chances given the crisis in ADC right now? Do you advise them to continue with the ADC or seek alternative routes?
The only thing I know is that every political gladiator in Nigeria who knows his onions cannot put all his eggs in one basket. I know peterobi and Kwankwaso must have a plan B, have a plan C, have a plan D even. Remember, even if the time has elapsed and there is a presidential candidate in a party who swears to an affidavit and says he's stepping down to some person, that time lag doesn't affect the substitution. So you can, because there is no time to substitute. And you can recall that, in fact, what Nigerians are waiting for, the average Nigerian voter is waiting for is, where does peterobi go? If he merges with Kwankwaso, excellent for everybody. But when peterobi is, that's what I said here the other day I was in this program, that the only opposition I have in Nigeria is peterobi. Not even a political party.
All right. On that note, also, that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the insight. And also, Barrister Nadume of Fokansi will thank you for your deep insight on this issue. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this issue. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on our social handles. Till we come your way, same time on Monday. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye for now.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Federal government summons Sanu Nasu for emergency peace talks over ongoing strike. Police launch manhunt after deadly bandit attack in Katsina State. United States reopens visa processing for Nigerian doctors amid healthcare shortage. Details of the news. The federal government has summoned the leadership of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and the Non-Academic Staff Union, NASU, to a reconciliation meeting in Abuja in a renewed bid to end the ongoing strike disrupting activities in public universities across the country. Non-teaching unions embarked on the industrial action on May 1st, following disagreement with government over a proposed review of allowances, particularly after the withdrawal of an earlier 30% increase offer. The strike has since paralyzed administrative and sports services in federal tertiary institutions nationwide. According to sources, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, is expected to lead today's talks, where government is anticipated to present a revised offer aimed at addressing the union's demands and restoring normalcy to the education sector. The Joint Action Committee of SANU and NASU says it remains open to dialogue, but insists that only a concrete and acceptable offer on standing allowances will lead to suspension of the industrial action. The Lagos state government has deployed monitoring teams across the state to enforce compliance with academic and safety standards as public and private schools resume for the third term of the 2025-2026 academic session. The Commissioner for Education, Jamiu Ali Balogun, directed the teams to assess school readiness, focusing on sanitation, infrastructure, punctuality of staff, and overall learning environment in primary, secondary, and technical institutions. Officials of the Ministry of Education says the exercise is aimed at ensuring strict adherence to standards with a zero-tolerance approach to lateness and poor preparation. School administrators have been urged to commence academic activities immediately upon resumption. Permanent Secretary Abishola Dokunmu Adewite reaffirmed the government's commitment to maintaining safety protocols while calling on teachers, parents, and school owners to support efforts toward a stable and productive academic term. Former presidential candidates Peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso have formally joined the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, in a major political realignment ahead of the 2027 general elections. They were received in Abuja by former Bayelsa State Governor and NDC national leader, Senator Sirake Dixon, who described their entry as a major boost for the opposition platform. The development comes shortly after Peterobi's exit from the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The Kano State chapter of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, has postponed its state congress following what pro-party officials describe as a surge in new membership triggered by recent high-profile defections. State Chairman Honorable Huzaini Issa Mairiga said the decision was taken to allow for proper integration of new entrants and to ensure an inclusive electoral process for party leadership positions. The party says the influx of politicians and lawmakers into its structure has necessitated additional logistical arrangements before a new date for the Congress can be announced. Party leaders maintain that the development reflects growing political momentum in Kano ahead of 2027 general elections, with assurance that a revised timetable will be communicated in due course. Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is set to embark on a visit to the United States to draw international attention to Nigeria's worsening insecurity and economic challenges. His media advisor, Mr. Paul Ibe, says the visit will involve engagements with policy and institutional stakeholders focusing on governance concerns, rising inflation, currency instability, and insecurity across several regions. Alhaji Atiku warned that violence in the northwest, northeast, and middle belt, alongside rising criminality nationwide, reflects a deepening governance crisis that requires urgent attention. He stressed that engaging global partners does not amount to interference, but a legitimate effort to highlight Nigeria's internal challenges and the need for improved accountability and democratic stability. The Kano State government has marked World Press Freedom Day with a renewed commitment to media independence, transparency, and safety of journalists in the state. The Commissioner for Information in the state, Ibrahim Waya, said the administration of Governor Abba Yusuf remains committed to protecting press freedom and maintaining regular engagement with media practitioners as development partners. The government, however, urged journalists to uphold professionalism and ethical standards in reporting, particularly in the fight against misinformation and fake news. The Nigerian Guild of Editors and the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, have raised concerns over what they describe as a worsening decline in press freedom in Nigeria. In a joint statement marking World Press Freedom Day, both organizations called on President Bola Tinubu and state governors to take urgent steps to protect journalists and ensure accountability in line with democratic principles. They warned that the use of security laws, including the Cybercrime Act, to intimidate journalists threatens democratic stability and public accountability. The groups also cited broader concerns across Africa, urging governments to end harassment of journalists and guarantee a safe environment for independent reporting. At least 11 people have been killed in a retaliatory attack by armed bandits in Kankia local government area of Katsina State, following earlier security operations in the area. Authorities say the attackers struck Wagoro village after regrouping hours after an initial confrontation with security forces, which has successfully repelled a cattle rustling attempt and recovered stolen livestock. According to the State Commissioner for Internal Security, Dr. Nasir Muazu, security operatives had earlier recorded successful in falling attacks and recovering stolen animals and motorcycles linked to the criminals. The state government says additional security deployments have been made to affected communities while urging residents to provide timely intelligence to support ongoing operations. In the meantime, the Katsina State Police Command has launched an intensified manhunt for armed bandits responsible for a deadly reprisal attack in Kankia local government area that left 11 people dead. Police Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Ali Omar Fage, said tactical units have been deployed to the affected communities with bush combing operations and coordinated patrols on the way to track the suspects. He noted that security forces had earlier foiled a cattle rustling attempt and repelled attacks in nearby villages, recovering livestock and motorcycles linked to the criminals. The commissioner described the attack as cowardly and barbaric and assured that those responsible will be arrested and prosecuted, while urging residents to remain calm and vigilant. The Commissioner of Police in Abia State, Mr. Ndlea Isa, has ordered senior officers to ensure strict supervision of their subordinates or face disciplinary consequences for operational failures. Speaking at a security conference in Umuahia, the Commissioner said the directive follows orders from the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, aimed at strengthening accountability within the force. The directive includes zero tolerance for misconduct, corruption, and arrest by proxy, while all senior officers will now be held responsible for actions within their command. The command also announced plans for medical and fitness assessments for officers as part of broader efforts to improve professionalism, discipline, and public trust in policing operations. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government summons SANU and NASU to emergency peace talks as strikes continues. Police intensify manhunt following deadly bandit attack in Katsina State. Coming up shortly, United States reopens visa processing for Nigerian doctors amid acute healthcare shortage. We'll be right back shortly.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Welcome back. The United States has reversed an earlier restriction on visa processing for foreign medical professionals, including Nigerian doctors, restoring applications for work permits, green cards, and visa extensions. The U.S. citizens share immigration services confirmed that physicians and other health workers are now exempt from the general directive that affected applicants from nearly 40 countries. The policy shift follows growing concerns over a healthcare workforce shortage in the United States, with authorities estimating a deficit of about 65,000 doctors nationwide. The Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency has marked the 2026 International Noise Awareness Day with an inter-school debate and essay competition aimed at addressing noise pollution in the state. The event, held in Alausa, brought together students from the state's 6 education districts under the theme Protect Your Hearing, Protect Your Health. Master Model David Olufemi of Alimosho Senior Grammar School emerged winner of the competition ahead of other finalists who will be honored at a follow-up advocacy program later this month. Officials warned that prolonged exposure to high noise levels pose serious health risks, including hearing loss and hypertension, urging residents, religious bodies, and businesses to adopt quieter practices. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has raised concerns over repeated attacks on the Abuja-Kaduna rail corridor, describing recent incidents as a threat to national infrastructure and passenger safety. In the latest case, suspected vandals reportedly threw stones at a moving train near kilometer 177, damaging the windscreen of the lead locomotive. The corporation says this is the 6th attack recorded within 2 weeks along sections of the corridors, with hotspots including Kaku, Gidambusa, and Saraki Gora. The Nigerian Railway Corporation says it is working with security agencies and community leaders to identify perpetrators, warning that continued attacks could disrupt rail operations on the busy route. Suspected vandals have destroyed newly planted trees along a major route leading to the Kano State Government House in Nasarawa State, disrupting an ongoing urban beautification project. The trees planted under a state environmental initiative were reportedly uprooted and damaged early Monday morning after months of cultivation. The Commissioner for Environment, Daha Hashim, condemned the act, describing it as a setback to efforts aimed at improving urban greenery and climate resilience. Authorities say investigations are ongoing as concerns grow over possible links between the incident and rising political tensions in the state. Ogun State has recorded a major milestone as 345 pilgrims departed for Saudi Arabia for the 2026 Hajj exercise, marking the first international flight from the Gateway International Airport in Iperu. The pilgrims, comprising 151 men and 194 women, arrived safely in Medina after a direct 4,600-kilometer flight, avoiding the previous requirement of traveling through Lagos. Governor Dabo Abiodun described the development as a significant boost to the state's aviation and economic profile, noting that it reflects improved infrastructure capacity. Officials of the National Hajj Commission confirmed that the airport is now fully cleared for Hajj operations, easing travel logistics for pilgrims in the southwest. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde says his administration will continue to prioritize security as a foundation for economic growth and stability in the state. Speaking through the secretary to the state government, Professor Musibao Babatunde, at a security stakeholders event in Ibadan, the governor said peace in Oyo has been sustained through coordinated efforts among security agencies. He said ongoing infrastructure and development projects depend on a secure environment, adding that government remains committed to strengthening security operations across the state. Security experts and traditional rulers at the event commended the state's investment in surveillance equipment and intelligence-driven policing. Now in sports, Rangers International Football Club technical advisor Fidelis Ilechukwu has cautioned his players against complacency as the team edges closer to winning the Nigerian Premier Football League title. The Enugu-based side strengthened their position at the top of the table following a 2-0 away victory over Bayelsa United with goals from Chidebere Nwobodo and Godwin Obaji. Despite the result, Ilechukwu expressed concern over lapses in the second half, noting that the team relied heavily on defensive discipline and goalkeeping resilience. With 2 matches remaining in the season, he urged squad to maintain focus and discipline to secure the title. The Nigerian film industry is on alert following a distressing social media post by filmmaker Belinda Onyinye, in which she suggested she may be in danger. In a post, she appealed for privacy and asked not to be searched for, prompting concern among colleagues and fans. Actor Rotimi Salami said attempts to reach her were unsuccessful as her phone was reportedly switched off, and has called for urgent assistance to ascertain her safety. Other industry figures, including Fatia Williams and Olayinka Solomon, have also expressed concern as efforts continue to establish her whereabouts. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The federal government has summoned the leadership of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions to an emergency reconciliation meeting in Abuja in a bid to resolve the ongoing strike disrupting activities in public tertiary institutions across Nigeria. In Katsina State, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Aliyu Abubakar Omar Fage, has ordered an intensified manhunt for armed bandits responsible for a deadly reprisal attack in Kankia local government area, which left 11 people dead. In the international space, the United States has reopened visa processing for Nigerian doctors and other foreign medical professionals following a review of its immigration policy. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, contact us on 0703-043-7110. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogwa and the entire news team, I am Good Hope Chuguma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. Because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable. But it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting because, when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons live with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will not begin to understand that they are serving people and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed, but they collect money on regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should like reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional. They are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study. And the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution: Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Vibe Central, where we give you hot gist and gossip, where we tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry, and when we bring to you what happened, what you missed out during the weekend, and tell you what, today is Money Making Monday. We have a lot of blown gist for you. I go by the name Gift Obodo Babale, or Shushu Lawyer, aka Red Pepe. Red Pepe. I am now, I'm calling today to Pepe, and I don't want to pepper you alone. I have someone here that will pepper you guys with, me. And that person is the person you always know. And she is a ghost mass. How are you doing?
I'm good.
I'm fine. Did any man touch you? Why you?
Man don't need to touch me before I feel good.
Really?
Yeah, I feel good.
You feel
what
good?
About you, Ofotu? What about your Nigeria? How was your weekend, guys? I hope your weekend was awesome. It rained heavily yesterday. It was a showers of blessing from above. The weather was really chilly, and I enjoyed my sleep. And I hope you guys really enjoyed your sleep like I did. Did you enjoy your sleep, Kim?
Yeah, I actually did enjoy
I'm
my
sure
sleep.
You did.
And although
by the way, you look you look amazing.
Well, I say under the weather, but
I mean the weather is under you. Which one?
But one thing I know for a certain sure is that I'm dazzling, and
you're bouncing in the Lord.
I always say, my regular tune.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
But anyway, let's just, give you guys what, go back to the business of the day, and which is just seeing you guys and telling you guys what happened during the weekend. A lot of cruises, a lot of gym job, and after Portable and Katefe's wrestling, and Katefe beats portable, you know, a lot of things that has been happening. A lot of celebrities have come online to say they should fix a match between them. Like, they need to fix a lot of match. Like, somebody like Dotu has said, I'm ready to beat the bench if he takes the match with me with good money. And Dotu declares, you know, following Katefe and portable boxing match. I think this boxing thing is now becoming a day, you know, a high thing in Nigeria.
It can't be like say all of them worries and beat the person where they envy. Not just envy.
Yeah.
Maybe someone they've been beefing for a long time.
I don't they argue.
And they want to use this opportunity to unleash their anger on the person.
Actually.
But they might, actually, yeah. But all of them trying to come out to fight someone, one or two persons. So they might have intentions, okay? You know, it might be a cruise, but if I were the person who cracked this joke, like say I would maybe target that particular person that I'm having beef with. Maybe someone that had been messing up online, then I'll target that girl, give am blue. Because I give now, in I mean they fight, I get girl thing now. If I'm man.
So someone said, Prince on X said, my landlord called me this morning that he wants to discuss something with me. I even thought he wanted to increase rent. Make I tell and say I know I come out. Yeah. Only for this man to tell me, I promise you your pension is still available, that you are still paying pension. So he led him to ask, maybe he thinks that he's very old, maybe because of the way he bowed his head that bad. So the landlord is trying to secure himself, like, to be sure, okay, you still receive pension. Are you sure? Like,
does this person have gray hair?
No,
I
think he's bad and he's looking old. So the landlord is trying to secure his bag, and we're like, okay, you still receive pension.
Like, I know whether I'm going to receive something, because if I say no, they go on.
That's what I tell the landlord, say I even want come on self. I don't tire. That kind of thing.
But can be a joke.
Have you ever experienced the fact that you live with your landlord or caretaker where you want to do something, be like, say, you know, say he's always coming to remind you that your rent has expired? Have you experienced that?
Well, I've not experienced tenancy problem. I've not I've not lived alone, except when I was in school, but we never had that issue. Never had that. I usually pay my rent when it's due. So the only time the landlord had come was when we had a sumo issue. Yeah, that's when he came around. I think he sent the lawyer or something like that. So we never had that. I've never had such experience. I don't pray to have it, though.
You don't have it. You have your own house, like,
honestly.
Have your own house and make sure that everything goes so well. Like, you have to put things in place. So
this brings us to our very own joker. I call him a joker.
Who's that? Why?
That's Gege. Krewe. So Gege said, Shalipapi go buy new car worth 700 million in a country whereby citizens can't even afford egg. This boy come from Edo State, and Edo State is one of the poorest states in Nigeria. So you know fit use that money, create job for your people back home, back home. Shalipapi, one person no fit just stay work, make the rest they chop. If you know Shalipapi, tag him to this post. So the joker being what's his name? Gege is actually apparently trying to feel entitled over Shalipapi's money, which is very wrong. If Shalipapi wants to do something for his community, for his state, he would definitely do it willingly in his own time, okay? Not him coming out to tell him because he bought a car worth 700 million. But you don't tell people what to do with their money.
But it's a shame actually that like for a celebrity like him, that your people are suffering and you're buying.
What do you mean?
Do you understand? See,
is Shalipapi the governor?
Let me tell you.
Is it the governor of the state?
The state is not working.
Is it his responsibility to take care of the state?
The state is no longer working.
It's no longer working.
So what are we going to do at this point? It's to just help each other and grow.
Help each other
and not rub it on people's face. Yeah, you know, I was so proud of Burna Boy, although he did it in a very late, you know, the time which he started doing this community work was late, but
Nothing is late, actually. It's not that matters.
He offered the help. Do you understand?
Yeah.
When I saw his community that there is not even a walkway, a good walkway to pass, I was so ashamed for a celebrity coming from that. You know, the reason why people they say we have this person, is for you to bring down the government attention with your platform. Do you understand?
Okay.
Try to make the government try to make government aware that you people like this. If you are the voice that can actually reach out to them, use the voice. Do something for your people. If you can help them in little ways, provide health care or water, you know, don't do something, not, you know, leaving it off the people. So that's okay, the people are you living off. So when you come back to the same village where they are angry mob, they can actually kill you, do something out of anger, or do something, or they will start yelling you, chemo, 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 chemo. No, if you have it, that's why I said, if you are growing and people around you are not growing, just know that you are not growing, because you will have to come back to fend for so many things.
What if he doesn't have the facility?
Do you know what we talk about? 700 million. You can actually use it to do small thing, borehole.
Okay, you're sounding like kind of you're talking like this word against is kind of sounding like you asked me for money, okay, and I told you I don't have, and you see me eating shawarma or pizza, enjoying myself somewhere, or maybe you see me in Maldives. Then you're telling me, oh, I asked you for money and you didn't give it to me. Meanwhile, you're enjoying yourself in such a place.
What the truth is that
how is that my business? I don't get the money to. He doesn't have the money to take care of his community, but he has the money to buy his self car. That's just it.
Nice.
He has the money to buy his
self car. So after buying the self car, when he dies, he will expect the community to bury him.
The community doesn't matter. They don't matter.
You think so?
They should, they should take care of themselves. So, he's just a small guy trying to live his life.
So I'm going to actually talk about this singer's her songs. His ex-wife Alexa Perez. She reveals that she has been granted full custody of their children of settlement grounds, and you know this country is cruised. You know, do you understand why I said so? Is that, you know, these two couples are having an issue. And during this divorce, you know, some people have sided this one, so that decided this party, and now you see them, you know, creating content together.
I see Amo. In fact, she came shedding all those people talking. People were like, I read the comment section. People were like, were like, oh, if they had known, they would just mind their business. So he said, you know, they see couples problem. You can't don't.
They go use set.
They go use set. Even in your house, when your parents are quarreling, do not put your mouth to their discussion, whatever they're having. Just mind your business. You cannot say, it's okay, oh, I can't go. Even if the other person comes to complain to you, like,
okay, there's something
but just don't cite anybody.
There's something that happened, actually. I saw two people, like, they were quarreling, two people, marriage, they were quarreling. So I was like, this is bad thing. Okay, I won't even, you know, do anything. I said, I was not like telling the other ones, calm down now, he's your husband, you should calm down. Hey, everybody just calm down, just let's figure it out. So I enter room, call me, say, he wants to talk to me. So you couldn't side with me? Are you more closer to him or me? Who brought you here? I was like, yeah, I don't enter.
I just serious.
So if I had sided one or sided this one, now so I go ask the side.
Go side fire.
I just thank God that I actually stayed neutral.
Yeah, that's just the best thing to do when it comes to even brothers and sisters. When they're having problem, please do know. I can remember back then in school, a friend of mine, they lived downstairs with her sister, okay, in the lodge. So they were having problem. I kind of come like telling the girl, you know, that kind of thing. I tried to defend because that girl is my friend. So her sister, they are all friends. So I kind of tried to defend the girl. Now later they can't use me, they said to low. They can't tell me, why did you say that? Why would you? Hey, I said sorry. Sorry. So this is just it. Check your mouth when couples are having problems. So, just allow them. They will settle themselves.
DJ Copy, you know, shared a classy picture of her and her dad in a car, and she tagged it, making it bigger.
Wow.
See, Kana, why are they struggle for Lexus or Camry? Person just there See interiors.
She's saying making it bigger. Even with all this, you see they find bigger. And that's why Dangote see they find money. Even Burna Boy said it, Dangote see they find money. Not you when not even get shishing. What do they do? If Dangote will get money, they find money. If these people will get money, they find money. When they say making it bigger, like they are still thinking ahead. They're still like planning for big things to happen. You know, money is good.
Money is actually good.
So this brings us to our 001, your 001.
Yeah, baby.
So Davido said on Earth Day, he said, the what happened to me yesterday, this wars around the world has really started penetrating. But if fuel was a problem yesterday to even fly, everything had to be scheduled to my fans that pulled up at secret place. Sorry, I missed. We're gonna run it back again soon. So Davido came out to cry out loud, like he's finding it hard to find for yesterday. Like, is this property, this whole thing is affecting even the
Let me tell you something. I like the fact that God share problem, give everybody. Give big people, give poor people. Everybody have their problem. So it depends on where your problem is.
As God were creating, as your mommy did they born you, as your papa did they born you. I said, he did belly. They don't already give you one bag. Now you get
people who go collect people that use it, they just have to collect 3 bags.
Hey God, liar.
Yeah, I just want to collect one. Just one.
I don't want to collect at all. If you don't make it, not reach me.
See,
if it was they already born.
Okay, there was something I was watching online yesterday, and that's why I said, oh God, everybody collect. So a particular governor of Aneke Kingdom in Nigeria, you know, I thought, you know, he's busy in his state, chasing native doctors, telling them, oh, please, putting them behind bars. So yesterday I was just clicking, I just saw a picture of his son doing some, saying new month rituals, doing, like I said,
dancing behind the bush.
I just said something.
Very dancing.
How do you manage to share a very good portion of problem to everybody, both rich and poor? You see a poor man, you don't get money. In the born to, if you want born, born 4 children once or 5 children. They
but people get money, they go born just one, or they not even born at all.
They'll be looking for paying for kids, just to have kids. This life, God just share problem, give everybody.
Like
anyone you select,
you could carry out. But so another gist coming from Chuka on S. He said, 1 minute I was having small chat with my neighbor outside our apartment. The next minute he's driving to me his new mansion. While he's driving to me to his new mansion, he'll be roofing from tomorrow. The next minute we are having drinks with ex-footballer Kelechi Osunwa. The next minute I'm seeing pictures of him and some top politicians in the state. Ha! Never look down on anyone. No, we just go back to the compound and I've quietly entered my apartment. I'ma see mansion. What, like this guy tried to like say his neighbor, okay?
No, so what he's trying to say is, you know, looking at someone living in that kind of hood.
Yeah,
he doesn't believe that you could be able to give up such a living, like you know, having a big mansion, you know. Coupled with the fact that maybe he just see him as just a normal, you know, person, like you are just living.
You know, some people can disguise. People have money, okay? They will have money, but they'll choose to look very simple. You only find out that they have money when they come closer to you or thereabout, or maybe someone tells you. So that's it. So we're super proud of his neighbor for achieving it low-key.
Yeah, I'm super proud of him.
Yeah.
I'm super proud of him, like achieving that great milestone. And you know, what I can say in this life is that
so make it cut soup for us too. Make the guy cut soup for us too.
Good soup. So Pastor Deboye, he said, don't marry a girl who cannot cook. Even if the prophet says she's your wife, tell him that thank you very much, keep her.
She's not marry a girl that cannot cook.
Yeah.
I bet marry her if she's a wife material, if you love
Even
her.
if she's a don't marry her.
If she's a wife material, if she does well, she has a good character, She's everything you want in a woman. That cooking can be changed. Something can go while like. So there will be hope, okay? You can actually invite a chef, a private chef to, you know.
I say you don't get money, you don't get money for private chef. For what to go happen?
She will still learn.
And she will actually learn. Do you think it's something of like she needs to learn, or she will just, you know, keep using the fact that you said we can manage?
Well, if she's teachable, she wants to learn, she can still learn.
And if she doesn't want to
Let's
learn.
assume the man knows how to cook. The man can help her out. Okay, maybe something where or the other. You can find it on YouTube. Find a way to, you know, use YouTube to learn how to cook.
I wish you were. I wish you were on that journey.
I'll go for catering school.
So one Isabella said, everyone is saying gentle parenting. How do I handle a 2-year-old child that would always go to the kitchen to turn on gas, and people will say gentle parenting for gentle kids? I think gentle parenting is for gentle kids and not for stubborn kids.
Okay, yeah. Whether stubborn or gentle kid, we are gonna do, like, we are not gonna do gentle parenting at all. I'm not going to do gentle parenting to anyone.
Why?
I don't have that kind of patience to be shouting.
I know.
Like to be telling you, come out from there. You're still standing there. Junior, come out from there. I'll be like, Junior, my love, come out from there. You're still sitting down there. You're still pushing out those things. Junior, mommy's talking to you. Come out from that place now. Mommy, I'm not going to come out. You're still doing it. Where's my cane? I'll buy cane. In fact, when I get married, I'm going to buy cane for each person. Everybody will have cane. I don't have sense to talk. I don't have sense to shout. Once you're doing taka taka taka, I'm going to use that cane on you immediately. I don't care. So, wifey went out this morning, so I had to make breakfast for the kids. I made fried yam and eggs for them, and these children are telling me that that is not how mommy makes it.
Yeah.
That's not how mommy makes it.
But that's not how mommy makes it.
That's not how mommy makes it.
Some men think it's very easy for women that go make breakfast, do this thing.
Maybe he don't burn them.
He don't burn them.
So you cannot like it's certain that if they burn, they will make them no chop them. And fathers are mostly like that. They make food knowing fully well that they didn't prepare that food properly. That you don't like that food.
They don't burn it there.
They would be forcing you to eat it.
But they don't burn you and tell your African mother say in food no sweet.
Like now, that's what they immediately say. This is not how mommy makes it, because they know that. If they say, Daddy, this food is not sweet, they will receive they will receive beating.
Oh, that's so good. But at this point, I think we're gonna join this curtain here. Thank you, Ma. What do you have to say to the people of Enugu?
Okay, today is Money Making Monday.
Yeah.
I hope you all are out there
making the money.
Making the money, striving, so that on Friday, thank God it's Friday, you're gonna enjoy your labor. You're gonna enjoy the fruits which you planted on Monday, being today. Alright guys, I want to say thank you guys for having us here today. We do this tomorrow. Stay tuned. Don't go nowhere.
Bye. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to the midday market segment update here on Aneke TV. Let's quickly take a look from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and I'm Uche Osai. Now, starting from the Nigerian Exchange, is showing remarkable resilience as we cross the halfway mark of today's section. Building on last week's bullish momentum, the market is currently navigating a high liquidity environment with investors maintaining a keen appetite for blue chip tickers and energy stocks. The headline numbers, our share index is trading north, currently hovering around the 242,000 mark. Market capitalization is firmly positioned above 156 trillion naira. And then looking at market sentiment, which is positive, with gainers currently outstripping losers as the bulls maintain control of the floor. And looking at the sectorial performance and movers, we are seeing the oil and gas and industrial sector continue to be the primary engines of this growth this afternoon. And quickly, let's run to the top market gainers as at midday today, where we are looking at Seplant. Yes, Seplant currently trading at 11,495 naira, making a positive adjustment of 10%. Bua Cement is equally in the positive as it's trading 418 naira, equally bullish at a 10% positive adjustment. UNCN is equally in the fray, trading 181 naira 50 kobo, making a 10% positive adjustment as well. And we are looking at CAP PLC among the top movers this midday. Yes, trading at 145 naira 20 kobo, making a positive adjustment as well. While we're speaking about the top movers, they are still at the moment top decliners. These are led by the banking sector facing a brutal reckoning. Yes, as tier 1 lenders, we are dragged down by investors' disappointment over dividend announcement. And we are looking at Alex. Yes, Alex is in the negative, making currently a negative adjustment of 9.95%, and Royalness is equally in the bearish run, making a negative adjustment of 9.93%. Then we are looking at UBA, which remains under heavy pressure after a recent double-digit slump. The position here, looking at how the market is moving, is that while the broader market is celebrating a record-breaking month with over 2.68 trillion naira in gains, the story of the day is sectorial selection. Investors are rotating out of financial services, hit by dividend volatility, and into oil and gas and cements, where the growth outlook remains robust. With foreign exchange reserves stabilizing above $45 billion, the macroeconomic backdrop continues to provide a tailwind for this historic bull run. So we are urging you to stay focused on the numbers. We will see if the momentum, holds as we open the floor by tomorrow morning. And quickly, let's run and take a look at the Brent crude performance as at this midday. The international market international oil market is witnessing a tactical retreat, today as Brent crude prices soften, reacting to shifting geopolitical dynamics in the Middle East and a potential easing of shipping bottleneck. And looking at the Brent crude spot, which currently trading at approximately $107.53 per barrel, making a daily change of down 64 cents. Yes, the daily change is about 64 cents, which represents a negative trend, representing a decline of about 0.6%. Despite today's cooling, Brent remains nearly 78% higher than its January opening, underscoring massive risk premium that has defined 2026 so far. And when we take a look at the market drivers, there are two issues we are looking at here: diplomacy versus disruption, where the slight dip in prices this afternoon is being fueled by two major developments. One is the Strait of Hormuz maneuver. Market sentiment shifted following an announcement from Washington regarding specialized operation to assist vessels currently stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Traders are being, betting that any success in reopening this vital artery, which typically handles 20% of global flow, will immediately alleviate supply tightness. And then another factor we're looking at is the diplomatic signals. Yes, reports of renewed contact between Washington and Tehran have led some speculators to pull back, pricing in the slim possibility of de-escalation. Yes, and moving forward, while the current price has slipped below the $110 resistance level, volatility remains extreme. Analysts warn that without a formal peace agreement or a full lifting of the maritime blockade, the floor for Brent remains firmly above $100. Should negotiations stall by weekend, we could see a rapid snapback towards the $115 peak projected for this quarter. So stay tuned as we continue to monitor the impact of this global movement on local and pump price and the broader inflationary outlook. And quickly, let's run to the international market. Yes, looking at the international market, the global financial landscape is currently defined by a wait-and-see volatility, while corporate earnings remain robust. Escalating geopolitical friction in the Middle East has triggered a midday reversal in several key markets, keeping investors on edge. Now, at the Wall Street, futures on S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 have slipped roughly 0.5% this morning. This follows a record-breaking close on Friday, as initial optimism over tech earnings is now being tempered by rising risk premium. And moving to the European market, most major indices are trading in the red. The Stoxx Europe 600 is down by 0.9%, while the CAC 40 in Paris has shared 0.5%. Note that London Stock Exchange remains closed, today for the public holiday. And then quickly we move to the Asian market. Yes, where Asian market is a mixed bag, for the region. South Korea's Kospi surged an impressive 5 0.1%, led by a rally in Samsung, while the Hang Seng in Hong Kong climbed by 1.2%. Japan and mainland China remain closed for the Golden Week holiday. Yes, and then quickly we'll take a look at the market drivers here. The one is the Hormuz factor. Yes, the primary catalyst for today's pivot is the heightened tension in the Strait of Hormuz. Reports of fresh maritime friction have caused a spike in Brent crude, which jumped over 4% to trade above $112 per barrel, and the energy tax is weighing heavily on transportation and industrial stocks globally. Another factor to look at is the Berkshire cash pile, which is a major talking point across trading floors today. Yes, Berkshire had away weekend revelation. The conglomerate is now sitting on a record $397 billion in cash. The CEO, Greg Abel, cautious stance on current market valuation is being, interpreted by many as a yellow flag, prompting institutional investors to reassess their exposure to high-priced equities. We are seeing a classic flight to safety, while the US dollar index is gaining strength up to 0.2%. Risk assets like Bitcoin have softened slightly. The focus for the remainder of the day will be on whether US markets can decouple from the geopolitical noise, or if the Middle East premium will force a broader sell-off. And quickly, let's just jump into the Nigerian Nigerian business landscape. Yes, we're speaking on the Nigerian business landscape today is characterized by a bullish divergence, where record-breaking stock market performance, contrasts with a cautious, debt-focused fiscal environment. And quickly, if we were to take the market pause, we're looking at equity surge, where the Nigerian exchange or share index is trading at a historic level, hovering near 242,000 points. While the industrial and energy sector are driving the rally, the banking sector faces a dividend-induced correction as investors react to Tier 1 earnings announcements. Yes, the Naira remains relatively resilient at the start of the week, opening at 1,375 Naira 98 kobo against the US dollar in the official window. The prime market premium persists, with rates averaging 1,410 Naira against the US dollar in major hubs like Lagos, Abuja, yes, and even Enugu as well. Then looking at the key economic indicators here, as it has to do with inflation outlook for 2026, which continues to show a transformative easing trend. Yes, headline inflation has softened significantly from 2025 peaks, currently trading towards a year-end target of 14.27%. And we are looking at the oil impact. Remember that Brent crude at 107.53 cents per barrel remains a double-edged sword, while it bolsters the foreign exchange reserve, now above $45 billion US. Global maritime tension in the Strait of Hormuz are keeping logistics costs high. Yes, and then looking at the SME finance here, where a new report from the CRC Credit Bureau estimates Nigeria's small-scale enterprises financing gap at a staggering $32.3 billion US, highlighting a critical area for banking innovation. And then when we look at the fiscal strategy, debate is intensifying over the 31.4 trillion Naira budget deficit. Analysts are now urging the government to list state-owned assets, at the Nigerian exchange to raise capital rather than relying solely on further debt issuance. And then here we give you our executive insight. Nigeria is firmly in a consolidation phase. The primary challenge for the quarter remains translating these record-breaking stock gains and easing inflation into the tangible improvement for SME liquidity and household purchasing power. Yes, and then we'll go on a short break. From here on, when we return, we'll have a public affairs analyst, a legal luminary, one who understands the trend and the relation between Nigerian politics and the market. We'll have him here on the market segment for a session. Stay with us as we go on a break.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Thanks for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, this is the business segment here on Aneke TV, where we are joined by a public affairs analyst, one who understands the relation between Nigerian politics and the business environment. We are talking about Ozo Nnadume Ofokansi, a legal luminary, a farmer, and a public affairs analyst. It's a pleasure to have you on the business segment here on Aneke TV.
Thank you for having me this afternoon.
All right, Ozo, let's get right straight into it. We're looking at the impact of Brent crude on the Nigerian economy here, where the situation in the Middle East seems to have impacted the Nigerian environment. The government in Nigerian palace is cashing out, but the Nigerian masses seems to be, being impacted negatively on this issue.
Yes, you see, the other day I was talking about why the geometrical increase in the price of fuel, almost 100%, because of a crisis that is happening in the Middle East. If oil could not pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and they have to detour maybe in the different route, and possibly maybe stop importing the Iranian oil, and now trying to increase the input from Nigeria so that we can cover up the shortfall from some of the Arab nations that they don't import their oil anymore. Ordinarily, it should be a bomber for both the government of Nigeria and our local markets. Besides, we now have a functional refinery here in Nigeria. He pays the equivalent of whatever dollar equivalent for the purchase of crude. He converts to Nigeria equivalent to buy the crude here in Nigeria. This one doesn't cross the Strait of Hormuz. This one is locally here. So if you produce, you ship up that to Dangote refinery. So the oil price is supposed to come down ordinarily rather than going up. But you see, this is a country that drives, this is a government that drives, price itself in terms of in deceit. They will tell you it is because of the crisis in the Gulf region, and that is why that crude oil doesn't come in again, or that it doesn't go out again. They will just give you one excuse. Why they're actually cashing out, like you rightly said, The masses here are playing the brunt, which ordinary should not be. You can recall that there was a time we had that kind of oil windfall. I think that was during the time of Jonathan. Yes. And that was when peterobi was telling the governors, this money we are giving to you, save. Save this money for a rainy day. It didn't affect our local consumption here. Rather, it made the thing very available because there was not enough money. So I still see the idea of government cashing out and the massive suffering as a political business deceit on the Nigerian populace.
Okay. In this instance, another issue that is at play today is the debate over the intensifying 31.4 trillion deficit, budget deficit that we have. Many people are advising the government, instead of relying on borrowing, that some state-owned assets should be listed on the Nigerian exchange as a means of raising money. Would you support the idea where we will take the few left state-owned enterprises and list them on the Nigerian stock exchange to raise money, or should we go to the IMF and other international organizations or locally to borrow to fund the deficit in the budget?
Well, I have ever said it. There's nothing wrong with borrowing. What is wrong is what you do with what money you have borrowed. If the government has a source within with which they can raise capital, why go to borrow? So if you have something you can do now to make money, why go to the bank to tell them to give you a loan? So this is elementary logic. I don't need to be a specialist economist to know that. I don't need to be a financial guru to know that you are borrowing money. Now, there's an opportunity for you to raise that money locally from either local bonds or whatever infrastructure that you are here that are going to put on the stock exchange market, so that people can either buy their shares and then beef up whatever demand, financial cash cow you have. You now abandon it and go borrowing. Remember that every money borrowed has to be repaid. If you don't repay it today, your children will repay it. If your children don't repay it, your children's children will repay it. You can see that the greater part of which, the ones that the military borrowed between 1983, when they had their coup, to 1999, when Obasanjo came in. Obasanjo's first target was to move for debt equity swap. He wanted them to do what? To write off some of this debt, and they succeeded. They have borrowed, they have tripled that load again. Nobody follows a good trajectory. If Obasanjo left office in 2027, and the trajectory that he was not owing any foreign body, be it World Bank, be it African Development Bank, their duty is to call those financial experts who worked with Obasanjo to ensure that the debts were written off. Call them back to you. So how do you now sustain this liquidity which you will now have so that we don't go and borrow it again? Okay. Now, Mr. Obasanjo left, Jonathan borrowed. Well, whether he invented it right or wrongly, but he borrowed. And he was borrowing with caution. So when, what is his name, Buhari now came, Buhari, he will borrow today, tomorrow he will use ways and means and print money. And he find out that before you know it, we are also choking in debt. Tinubu's era now sort of quadrupled the borrowing. So what was borrowed between 1999, or even, let us say, when it was from 2003, when it was written off, to when Tinubu came in 3 years ago, he doubled it, in fact, he quadrupled it. And the idea is that the irony of the whole thing is that you don't even see what they are doing with the money. They bring money and invest it in capital projects that does not yield any further money. They borrow money and put it in recurrent expenditure where you just use it, pay salaries, certify members of National Assembly, their wants. And this money is money that should be paid. And that was why peterobi has ever maintained. That's why he was in Anambra. When he saw every debt he saw, he cleared all of them and never borrowed a dime.
Okay.
Until he left office.
Now you mentioned peterobi, and I know you're a student of Nigerian political history, and here in the market segment, we are asking, is there any correlation or impact of this movement from the ADC of Peterobi and Kwankwaso to NDC? Does it have any impact on the Nigerian business landscape?
You see, Uche, businessmen or investors are like bees. Peterobi always say, you know, bees produce honey, but wherever you keep honey, even if you keep inside this air-conditioned room, you know it. You see bee here trying to smell no where the honey is. If you have a good leader that is development, prone or proactive to development, and also proactive to investment, once such a leader gets into office, you see investors rushing to that country. You don't need to go outside to look for investors. Investors will naturally come once you have a good investment environment. Peterobi is a very investment-friendly Nigerian politician. His records in Anambra State speak volumes. In fact, the other day they were debating which of the greatest money earner for Anambra State. The current governor was talking about the banks. Fine. Then I asked her about what they call it, the brewery in Anambra that was attracted by Peterobi that produces beer and other allied products. Now we check subsidiary employment from that very company, check direct taxation from the state, then check other dependents who through that very company has never survived in Anambra. It was found out that that remains the largest income earner for Anambra State, even as a state. So if Peterobi merges with Kwankwaso and gets the NDC ticket, which of course is the dream of every young Nigerian, because they want to see Peterobi in the ballot. You start to wonder why is it that Nigerian youths are clamoring to see Peterobi on the ballot. It is because of the business environment nature of Peterobi, business acceptance nature of Peterobi. He has told us that as at the time he left the UK, there is no other person that could be given the amount of money he was given as overdraft to inject into his business. It is his business record. It is not here where you have to give bribe to get loan. There, they study your financial cash flow, inflow, and outflow. I know whether you are doing well or not, but they will call you and tell you come and take loan. So I do believe that if that merger, if the merger of Kwankwaso and Peterobi, Nigerians the social media groups have already classified it as okay. Nigeria is okay with okay. That is Obi and Kwankwaso. Good. So if the two of them goes in, watch what is going to happen to the business environment. It will blossom.
It will blossom.
It blossom like a rose flower. You see investors rushing in because they now know that somebody who has the value to ensure that there is a good business climate is down in power. The youths who have been clamoring that they want to stop dying in the deserts of Libya. They want to stop dying in the Gulf of Mexico, Morocco. And they want to stop being embarrassed in foreign countries. They will be here. Which I keep on saying it. When I left secondary school in 1980, if you make a grade, in fact, we were the last people to be graded in grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. If you write wike and make a grade 1 or grade 2, government gives you automatic employment, either to teach in the secondary school, or you find any other minister of government where you're going to work in, here in the old Anambra State. Now, if you are a graduate, as you are leaving the youth service camp, people will be coming, they will say, federal government is going to come today for interview. Companies are going to come tomorrow for interview. States are going to come the next day for interview. If you even accept, assuming you read education at a first degree level, and you accept to teach, because even those who read education have other options they can take. You accept to teach. As you are stepping into the classroom, you are given a 504 GL. Brand new car, I'm not talking about Belgian car. So that was Nigeria. Up to 1984, before Babangida staged his coup in 1985, everything went to be sec. So if such a thing could happen in Nigeria at that time, what made it, what actually made the fizzle away? Bad management. So if Obi ascends the leadership of Nigeria, truth of the matter is, like he said, he's not going to say ice cream to make people start laughing, but he will turn the economy around. And it's going to turn the economy around and attract investors, and there will be jobs. Knowing fully well that the arable lands of the north, like he said, is the greatest asset Nigeria has. Because any nation that cannot feed itself, that nation has a long way to go. It's not when you protest against tinubu, they will charter a trailer load of rice and bring it to your village. You eat the rice for the next 1 month, it will finish. You make protest again, they'll bring rice. So everything in Nigeria is solved by rice. No.
All right, and that's the much we can take today on the business segment. And thank you, Ozon Nadume for Kansi, for your in-depth analysis on the Nigerian business environment. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Jeff, for having me this morning.
All right, and to your wonderful viewers, this is a wrap on today's edition of Midday Segment here on the Business Desk of Aneke TV. I remain Uche Osai. We are urging you to stay informed, stay ahead, keep your eyes on the numbers. Yes, invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
House of Enugu State, Barrister His Excellency is having one handshakes with the level leaders, the ESCO member, and of course members of the House of Assembly, and still with the Labour leaders, TUCNLC, joint negotiating council the national anthem.
the Deputy Governor. I call on Comrade Aneke. There can be our greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. We are saying solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Victory, there is victory. Victory, in the struggle. Our members, there is victory for all. Forward. Never backward. Never, never in the struggle for our members. There is victory. The Commissioner for Labour in Namani, Chairman on Labour, are on their honorable, led by Comrade Ike Abuja. Excellency, Nigerian pensioners in Enugu State Council are very close to the Isaac positional display. These are the people who promised what we call a minimum pension. They are now in the Isaac positional display. Governor Kerry, that was supposed to who don't bring what's that? Don't worry, I got them, man. I got them, man. Former Local Chairman. Former unity. Your Excellency, here, after the Sovereign Senator today, former governor of Edo State started his unionism. This national union of Texas government are covering workers. How about that? Fashion designers, we follow the seamstresses, we follow the ndlea, we follow the ndlea. Oh yeah, true. Also the have ndlea. The Nigerian Army Band is dishing it out from the 82 division. Senior Civil, Association of Senior Civil Servants. Please, for those standing behind, make it faster, draw it closer. Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, Enugu State Branch. Happy Workers' Day to the workers of Enugu State of Nigeria.
Excellency the Governor, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Excellency, we find your side taking the salute with the leadership of the Labour in Enugu State, standing very closely beside you. We salute you, we salute your courage, we salute your dedication to service the senior civil servants of Nigeria. And today he is the NLC chairman. Even very complimentary about what the parliamentarians are doing. And we have the members of the House here, and of course the House chairman and Labour. Thank you for standing. The microphone, please.
Hassan, parliamentary brother, say the logo. The clock is saluting you. Alternative medicine, Enugu State Branch, natural wellness, balancing body, mind and spirits. They are what Nasu. Chris, are you there? Eyes right from the Nasu. From Nasu. Ndị a niile nọ n'ime ebe a dị akụ aka, ọ bụrụ ka obi aka. Sọsọ ka agụ na-agụ. Kọọrọ ndị aka na ọ dịrị ize. Nasu, thank you. Post office. Association of Statutory Corporations, government-owned companies, Enugu State Chapter. PCC, Public Complaints Commission. Anybody with any civil complaint regarding the conduct of officers in the civil service, both at the federal or state level, please lodge your comments. Your names on the union will go. Let go the booze on, let a little more. The lady. See the Association of Electricity and Allied Corporations. 2026 May Day celebration. The gentlemen of the press, the pen is mightier than the sword, that's what we say. And as we celebrate the May Day today, Friday, May the 31st day in the year of our Lord 2026, we want to salute the courage of the gentlemen from the various media houses to the Union of Market Traders, Employers of Nigeria. National Union of Market Traders, Employers of Nigeria, NUMTEC, affiliated to the Nigerian Labour Congress. Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, Enugu State of Nigeria, Nigeria Revenue Service, ndlea, Nigeria Revenue Service, ndlea nakata oto isi n'oto ode n'ode ọbụla. Anyị na-ekele unu, mana anyị na-ayọpụ unu n'aka aka, wee fụ na ụzọ esi wee na-anasị ya ụzọ kwụ ọtọ. Please march on, march forward, as you can. Right position. Thank you, Academic Union of Secondary School and affiliate of the President Corporate of Nigeria, Enugu State. Forward ever, backward never. Comrade, I tell you, I learned send this one in a very special way. We salute in a very special way the chairman of the Civil Service Commission, Congress, Robinson Odo, member of the National Institute, and of course the emeritus chairman of the PUC, we know. He has been here in the state, doing it and doing it perfectly. That was his elevation to where he is. University of Nigeria Station Hospital is to go over. Anyway, happy of the trade union corporation. Happy Workers' Day 2024. Let's say to the entire workers and the USCC Senior Staff Association. I make a loan. I want number. Makana onye ọbụla arayọrọ n'aka imetụta ọrụ ike ndị mmadụ dịka aka na-achị Enugu steeti nakwa ndị ya na-eso wee na-achị wee na-enye ntụziaka ndị ahụ ndị kwesịrị inwe of the Trade Union Congress, Senior Staff Association of Statutory Corporations and Government-owned companies here in Enugu Eastern District Chapter. Thank you, Senior Staff Association of Statutory Corporations. So, in Enugu State today, a lot is being done in the aviation sector. Employees in Enugu affiliates of the Nigerian Labour Party, National Union of Air Transport Employees at Kano International Airport in Enugu would upgrade in the wrong way in the fleet with Enugu State now flying internationally. You have everything to fly. Please, let's appreciate them. The employees in the aviation sector flying high. Employees of Nigeria. Leadership, United States. National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees, everyone of them for seconds. Makers of our various soft drinks and water. Affiliate of Red Union Congress. For top beverages and tobacco. Move it, Ghana.
What's going on there? All the way back to our pockets. Not small. Reporters, secretaries, data processors, and allied workers of everybody's number maternity. And how of you reverend sister in their midst?
Yes, pregnant woman in the front. Yes, sir.
Sister. Allied Health, thank you. Casinike. Nigeria Union Allied Health Professionals, Enugu State of Nigeria, affiliate of the TUC. Nanine Bunike, comrade in the now. Yeah, thank you. Eyes right position. Legs much forward. You're twitted in style. The nurses and midwives in the various hospitals, the various health centers, scattered all over the local government areas in the Enugu State of Nigeria. The nurses and midwives, Senior Staff Association, Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Enugu State of Nigeria. And I knew heaven, the Hamadu, Tonalo, Magonago. And if I make a moon, or Gagano, the same and I wrote one now with God dominant in the Kota, and one night over to the Adriana. And everything we had, I got to go. I'm on a Gabu woman. Oh, Mama was Sister Daluko, thank you, touch me, and I get it. People travel within the boat, one of Kaka and moving the boat. I feel my normal. Thank you so much for the assistance. Nico, I say the next one, I go. Please step it up. Furniture and woodworking. Anambra, Enugu, and Ebonyi State. Happy May Day celebration 2026. Thank you to the construction workers with their various flags, construction workers from various companies. We see the flag of the RCC, we see the flag of the Central Company. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you. So try. Thank you. Come on. Thank you. Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria. Electricity employee bypass, they are not able. All those who are getting bypass, they are so charged. Let me, you are welcome. Tell me about the telephone. Abroad Nika. kafa kuweputa. Na radio da camera kasefa. Atuye na libana ida azu awosisia. Onye kunyalo nka. Unibuteke 50 years. Radio, television, theater, and advocacy of Nigeria, led by priests, all the culture and enugu. Representing Kani, Ubagababa, new word, a person, and a word, a male bribe. Move it, move it, move it. Calling immediately after the agency women committee. Let's all see on wine in all over. Thank you, the great PUC women of that Rama. That's the way it has been in that past 2026 major celebration at the Michael Okara School in the state of Nigeria with His Excellency the Governor of Enugu State, heavily represented by the Deputy Governor, Anthony Osai. Second, please let's appreciate His Excellency for doing this very wonderful job. Thank you so much, the NSC Chairman, the PUC Chairman, Mayor His Excellency. We will see more Congo address. We will go to Mekutu. If you could have a proper,
it is indeed with deep sense of gratitude to God Almighty that I welcome you all to this historic event of Workers' Day 2026. Thanks to our dear comrade governor, who's made it seamless by provision of the required logistics. Your Excellency, we are simply proud of you in all ramifications. You have indeed disrupted the status quo of the state administrative and civil service as to lead by example. You are so dedicated to your duties to the extent that you are in office at 8 a.m. prompt with your Deputy Governor, the SSG, and Chief of Staff of our state, and in fact, all your team in the government house of Enugu. And only God Almighty knows when you close on daily basis. The migration from analog to digitization and introduction of e-governance platform for Enugu service is unprecedented. The training and retraining of civil servants to promotions as at when due and even exceeding the federal government benchmark on minimum wage is unprecedented. From prompt payment of salaries to allowances in alignment with the federal government approvals for all workers across the sectors, with the adjustments therein, both in education, both in health sector, judiciary, and others, are welcome. You have indeed utilized every opportunity at your disposal to give account of your stewardship to our people in Enugu. You did in your address, in the ceremony that marked your second year in office as the Executive Governor of Enugu State here in Okara Square. And again during the presentation of the 2026 budget at the Enugu State House of Assembly, whence you say, and I quote, I have had to step down decisions to think through again to ensure that they are for the overall interest of our people and the state. A testament that you are courageous and yet humble, that you are endowed with wisdom yet compassionate, and that you are indeed a consummate leader. You have transparently delivered in all sectors and they are practically traceable, and we are proud of you, sir. Your Excellency, we have no doubt that Ndlea will renew and validate your mandate and the engagement with you at the close of 2027. So you can continue the developments you've initiated for the betterment of our people. The theme of this year's Workers' Day is security, poverty, the bane of decent work, aligns with your Excellency's commitment and bold steps to ensure that they are stamped out of Enugu State, which has yielded multiple results as you have tackled them head on. To our dear workers and civil servants, you are the bedrock of every government, and without you and your services, no government can thrive. You are the reason our government made bold with the budget of 2026, the confidence that it's achievable with the tools already provided for your optimal performance. Therefore, leave no gap or stone unturned in the prompt discharge of your duties, which collectively will culminate to economic growth, sustainability, and well-being of our citizenry and the overall development we yearn for. Our dear governor has done so well in the area of security in our state, and with your dedication to duty, we shall collectively continually lift our people out of poverty. Happy Workers' Day to you all.
The payment of pension arrears to the deserving pensioners and the inclusion of the arrears of gratuity in the 2026 budget of Enugu State with a firm promise to defray the arrears within record time, and the approval of the 32,000 naira minimum pension for the pensioners, we consider all these so exceptional.
Together, we can build a state where every worker is safe, fairly rewarded, and able to live with dignity.
On behalf of our government and our governor who wish to be here but not able to make it, I'll give you our word that whatever approval the governor of Enugu State has given you, we will see to it that those approvals are implemented. We call on you to keep being the workers we've worked with in the last 3 years. We call on you to support us as we toil in that quest to leave Enugu State better than we met it.
Thank you, His Excellency. The Governor of Enugu State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, His Excellency Ifeanyi Osai, and of course, the Chairman of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Vivian Wibo, the TUC, Comrade Simeon Akeme, Honorable Commissioner for Labour and Productivity, salute you. The head of service, the House Committee Chairman.
We are celebrating Workers' Day. You can see every worker, every civil servant is here. So this is a day that is stipulated for workers to have an experience, share ideas, share opinions, and share their grief with the governor.
All this outing is very neat and very okay to my own understanding, because workers cooperated in as much as they are hungry. They put it aside and did everything possible to make the state keep on moving.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent header-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing assets by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance assets, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns, that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Effort to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Pleasure to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that follows up on the lives and activities of the young people. Of course, the Gen Zs, in all of the things they do anywhere they find themselves in this world. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and that's why we say a big thank you so much for being a regular participant on this program. We can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube at Aneke TV, and you will regret you did. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and today our focus is on love at first sight. Yes, then permit me at this juncture to introduce to you a wonderful student of the Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, Enugu. She is a student. Chimzi, Miss Chimzi, and you're welcome on the show.
Thank you very much. It's nice being here.
All right. How much do you believe in love at first sight?
Wow, if I'm to rate it from 1 to 10, I'm going to rate it at the rate of 4.
4 as in how?
Yeah, because to me, personally, it doesn't work for me. That's why I don't believe in love at first sight.
I want you to rate by percentage. Like, I believe in it, this is also percentage.
Okay, I believe I love at first sight by, let me see, 45%.
45%?
Yeah.
Okay, as against 55%?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you believe in love at first sight to that magnitude?
Because personal experience, it hasn't been very, very nice. It has not been very good. So, because of personal experience, I believe that it doesn't work in as much as it works for other people.
In as much as it's your personal experience, let us first of all know what love at first sight is to you before we know if really it didn't work for you.
Love at first sight is a phenomenon or an instant likeness you have for someone or something, whereby you see someone for the first time, you develop this likeness that this person really suits me. There is a life together with this one. That's love at first sight. Instant likeness.
Instant likeness.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mean somebody sees someone and you instantly like the person. Definitely. What's the direction of it? Is it always the guy liking the babe or the babe liking the guy?
It works in two ways. It works in both ways, where the guy likes the girl and the girl likes the guy.
After the likeness, what happens?
After the likeness, what happens?
Now, is it really likeness or the love itself?
I think it's likeness, not love. Because to me, if it's love, it's called infatuation, not love. Because love needs patience. It needs time to develop. Love at first sight, I'll just say is likeness. Because you don't know the person. You just like the person's personality, like the person's vibes he brings to you, his stature. That's what you like. Because if you know somebody, that's when you determine whether you love the person or not.
But you said you believe in love at first sight, 45%. Let's know what is surrounding your belief.
Okay, because the way I believe I love at first sight 45% is because I get to see my spec, someone that suits what I really want, and personality, stature, vibes, and everything. That's why I believe I love at first sight. But after then, what comes after the likeness doesn't work for me.
Is it possible that someone gets or sees everything he likes in a partner for love?
Yes, it's possible.
You see everything you like?
If I'm going to rate it 85. Against 15. Yes, because if you ask a lady, what's your spec? Best I want someone that is tall, fair, huge body, there is a probability that you're going to see everything. But the person might be lacking in character. That's where they say 15% comes from. In character and everything. Spiritual aspect, that's where the 15% comes. But the 85%, you see it when it comes to personality, physical appearance, and so on.
Okay, after this love now, which you according to you is likeness, not love.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have your reasons for that. Then after the love at first sight, to me, it is love at first sight. What is the next stage of it? That someone sees someone and maybe likes the person according to you. What happens next?
For me, what happens next is probably to walk up to the person.
Okay.
Make friendship or get close to the person. We start talking. That will be what will lead to love. Because I will like you. If I like you at the first sight, I will come close to you to get to know you. So that means if I'm going to love you or not. Because if you love at the first sight and after everything, when you get close and when you come in contact with the person, you might end up seeing loopholes. You would notice that maybe spiritual aspect, this one doesn't fit you. Character aspect-wise, you both are not compatible. Destiny art-wise, you both are not compatible. In areas of life, you both are not compatible. That's why I call it likeness. So after likeness, what comes next is we come close to know the person more. To know if you will love them.
Okay, what I take as love at first sight is what you take as likeness at first sight, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can this likeness at first sight transcend to the love you are talking about?
Definitely, it can. It can. Just that it will take time. This definitely brings us to the vision of love. What does love have? What is love? To me, I see love as helping someone to fulfill destiny. Or we say God is love, like Christianity, generally we say God is love. But if you look at the characteristics of love, you will see that it thinks patient. The question said, sorry, come again, what's the question?
After love at first sight, for me, is a likeness at first sight for you. Okay, that likeness, how when it transcends into the love? Yes.
Definitely it can, because after, like I said, after liking you for the first time, I will get close to you, we start talking, we build communication, we build trust, we get committed into the friendship, we check if we are spiritually compatible, emotionally compatible, and all around. So if we see that we are compatible in all this, that's where the love starts from. The love starts developing, which might lead to marriage or whatsoever.
Okay. Now, what's the difference between this love at first sight to me, or your likeness at first sight, and the real love itself, or the ordinary love?
The difference between likeness at first sight, or love at first sight, and love is that love at first sight might fade away.
Okay.
If it wants to transit into love.
Okay.
Because another thing is love at first sight, your brain takes charge. it triggers this hormone that like, this guy fits my vibe. This guy fits in. You start daydreaming about features with him. You start daydreaming, this guy will fit my son. My son will look like this. Forgetting that in love, there is commitment. But at that point where you are seeing the person, you're liking the person at the site, you are not checking your future. What you're going to build with this person, you're not checking it. Just your brain is triggering that hormone that, I love this person. This person is going to fit my vibe. Imagine me being tall, curvy body, and this guy huge. Guy, if you come out, people will stomp, people will shout, wow, these couples are looking good. But when it comes to love, you will check, you will consider your kids. Is it suitable to father your child? You will consider your destiny. Is it working in the same pattern with me in destiny? You consider your business. Can we do business together? Will you support my career as a woman, as a guy too? Will she fit in? Is it good enough to be the mother of my kids? And so on. So that's the difference between love at first sight and love.
There are semblances, I can see that. Yes. But then let's dwell more on the ordinary love apart from the love at first sight for me. Okay, now there in that love, what does that love entail that is not on the other side?
Well, what love entails,
does it not fade out in any way? Does it not disappoint?
But commitment will keep you going. Commitment and what you people want to build will keep you going. Mind you, in love at first sight, you want to please the person in all round. You want to make sure that this person gets your attention all around. But when it comes to love, and you check the commitment you have so far, the things you have built so far, you keep on going.
I understand that love at first sight, according to you, is instant likeness.
Yeah.
Very good. I understand that even in the ordinary love, there was a day it started. Somebody made a move, and something started. Yes. Just like the love at first sight.
Can I ask you a question? If you meet the lady immediately, will you tell the person, I love you?
Me as a person?
Yes.
If I love the person, I'll tell the person I love her.
Immediately?
If I love the person, I'll tell the person I love her.
That same day?
I'm telling you about myself.
Wow.
If I love the person, I will tell the person I love her, and that will be the love at first sight. If it's likeness, I'll tell the person I like her.
But it's different.
And that will be likeness at first sight.
But it will be different from the love you're talking about. Because in love, it needs commitment, like I said. You need to build trust.
Okay.
Yes. That's the difference.
Okay, then in love at first sight now, what's the direction? I've asked this question before, but I want to dwell more in that. And you said it's a two-way thing, that a guy can see a babe and then make advances, that's love at first sight, and the babe can as well do the same.
Yes.
Is it more prevalent on the side of guys or on the side of babes?
It's more on the side of guys.
Why?
Because ladies will be too shy to walk up to you to ask you.
But do they do that at all?
Yes, they do. But
how do they do it?
Only if you're there. Because I've tried it before. I can remember when I was still at one market, when I was still in one place like that, there was this particular guy that I so much liked. I was like, I had to walk up to the guy. But after I met the guy,
okay, you've tried it and it didn't work?
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Is that why you said that's nothing like love at first sight?
Yes, I've had 3 experiences, so I concluded that it's not.
And you were the one that made the advances?
No, really, no.
Okay, one did that to you?
Yes.
Yet it didn't work?
Yes.
Okay, what of the ordinary love? Is it working for you?
Definitely.
It's working. How did it start?
Wow, it started, the guy walked up and said, you look like someone I want to build something with. I was like, okay, let's see how we go. We started with close friends. We became close friends. We spoke about things about life and so on. That was how I developed love. Yeah.
And it started working?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you
so much.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Izzy. I've said my congratulations once again.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
I want us to observe just a short break now. After the break, we'll come back and we'll continue. Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. Just a short break. We shall be right back. Don't go away.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatan here, Bube, Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, in our ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn yidume he na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwamọnwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na mgbagbu ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
All right, thank you so much. Back from the short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is love at first sight. Funny enough, Chizzy, before we went on the short break, you said there's nothing like love at first sight, that it is likeness, instant likeness. Yes. And I believe you. To an extent, I believe you. All right, funny enough, back from the short break, we have Chizzy here, Miss Chizzy, who is a student of Institute of Management and Technology, Enugu. You're welcome. And good enough, in our break time, after that break, of course, we'll have another guest here. We'll have Ifoma Lovett Eke, who is a farmer on the studio. Ifoma, you're welcome.
Thank you for
having me. All right, we are going to play discussing love at first sight. First of all, to key you in, I want to ask you, how much do you believe in love at first sight?
Okay, so thank you. You know, people have actually, I'm happy we are now talking about this particular concept. For me, there's nothing like love at first sight. I think it's just a misinterpretation of the first feeling you get when you meet someone. So the right word...
That first feeling, what is it called?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say, that for me, it's just an attraction. There is always attraction at first time. When you first meet someone, there is always attraction, you know, between you and the person. It could be, you don't really have to be, you know, when we talk about love, we just think of it as just romantic, do you understand? So it could be just the person's intelligence, it could be just, there's a lot of things in people that will attract you. But because people don't pay attention to details, like they just use words for using sake, they just say, I love you. And see, the worst thing you can do to me as a man is meeting me, you don't know me from Adam, and they're telling me you love me. Even if I have a business to do with you, it's off. Because I know you can't even regulate yourself. You don't even understand can't even interpret what is going on within you. And so how can you be able to, you know, handle the business we're about to talk about? So it's just simple attraction.
Let's hear the definition of love from you before we move on.
Okay. Because I don't really have that capacity to, you know, dive into that deep ocean. It's only God that has actually ever demonstrated what love is all about. Yeah, but I'm just going to tell you that in simple terms, love is enduring. So love is not what you feel. It's not. Love is measured after a long time. When was our own stuff like syphilis have come and gone, when you have seen the person's low time, in downtime, the ugly side of the person, you know, and every other thing that you never even imagine while meeting that person the first time. And you still want to keep in touch. You still feel like, I still want to be involved. That's when you start talking about that word, love, the concept of love. What, outside that, what you're just feeling is, okay, my spiritually woke friends may actually tell me it's lost. If it's just the boobs and the hips is what you are just vibrating to, you understand? But if it's, I like the way, this girl talks nice, this girl, she's intelligent, this guy is, you know, cute, he's polite, he's, you know, that one is attraction. But if you just like, I mean, if I touch, see the curve, all those things now, that one is lost. Yeah,
all right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Moving forward, to you, it is Apple.
No, it's not a matter of selected people. It's not selected people. Like, it's something that happens randomly. You don't even choose who it happens to you.
But may I come in this way? What is the motivator? What is the pusher in you that makes you begin to see the person as someone you could be attracted to, or someone you could have an instant likeness to?
The only thing that can push me is the person's confidence, the person's boldness, not even more of this.
How have you known the person's boldness or confidence before the instant likeness?
It depends on the incidents that brought us close. Probably I might meet him in a meeting where he's a speaker, or in a church where he's doing something, or even outside. That's why I said his boldness or the way he speaks, not even his physical appearance.
But that can happen between passers-by. Not even in a program, not even when a person was...
The neighbor just came, the way the young man handled was that, this guy is really genuine, like he's a genius, you know. It's an attraction. I don't know him from Adam. I just came to Boston and I saw him. So I can't say that what pushed me. It's something that happens without you even knowing it. So it's not when that signal now hits you and say, actually, I think I like this. So it's not something you prepare for.
I want to ask you a question I've asked Chizzy before now.
Okay.
After, according to you, the attraction at first sight, what happens next? Like what happened to you, do you leave it at that and you left it? You went your way? When it happens, what is the follow-up?
See, it's not all the attractions. It's not all the people you felt so good at meeting that you pick up conversation. Except there's something that actually maybe you continue to see, or maybe there must be something that will bring you closer again before you start thinking if I can actually this person may make sense. So, but just that you're walking along you and you met someone, it's not enough for you to continue conversation with that person.
But I mean,
you can just admire the good, work of God. Because for me, I like people with good qualities. So the fact that I truly see that moment doesn't mean that I will have more to do with you, except there is need to.
Look at the angle I'm coming from. You're a woman.
Okay.
I am a man. Walking along the road, oftentimes somebody has said, "Excuse me, please excuse me." And maybe you may offer an attention, and before you know it, you start talking. You may talk to the extent of maybe exchanging your contact and all of that. That is the angle I'm coming from.
Okay.
When that happens, you can't tell me maybe you need another day to start talking and all of that.
Okay.
What is really happening there?
I never talk.
Okay. Well, if it happens in that situation now, okay. First, because you won't really know someone just in that minute, like I said. If you have reason, maybe by the person's appearance, you feel like, okay, because see, the truth is, appearance matters a lot. For me, God help me. For me now, even if you're an angel and you're a guy, you perforated your nose, your ears, your tongue, you have to. God help me, I don't know what's going on. Let me not go.
I understand. Just put yourself together. Chizzy, let me come in from this direction. Have you ever tried walking up to somebody to say, "Good afternoon, sir. I like you,"
No.
and all of that?
No.
Have you done that?
No.
You have not done that.
Yes.
But oftentimes men have done that to you.
Yes.
Good. To you, it is attraction at first sight. To you, it is instant likeness at first sight. But to me, it is love at first sight. Now, what is the rate or the measure of acceptance when this happens?
First things first, if you walk up to me for the first time, that is if the love is coming from your own side or likeness from your own side. First of all, I need to consider how you are dressed before I can be able to address you, the matter you're talking about. Because you cannot dress like, cannot dress like a tout and walk up to me knowing fully well that the way I dress and the way I carry myself, we are not even aligning. So it will determine how I'm going to react to what you are saying. First of all, start with the way you are dressing. So I will start considering the percentage I'm going to give to the acceptance. If the way he's dressed and the way he spoke, it's matching up to the standard a little bit, then I can consider giving you my attendance or not, my attention or not.
Okay, this is what you call instant love. That is likeness.
Yeah.
Instant likeness, and it is attraction at first sight. When this happens, and maybe you start talking, and something led to another, and to another, that is a type of love that began. Another type is somebody maybe gave someone your contact. I'm going to give somebody your contact. Maybe you need a friend in your life. You need to be in a relationship, something. Somebody you didn't know, you didn't see. Then you start expecting somebody's call. And at some point, your phone rings. I'm so person gave me a number, and all of that. And something starts happening. What's the difference between your attraction at first sight, your instant likeness, and that which you didn't see, but you received a phone call and something started?
It's why I told you that there's no love at first sight. You understand? Because if there is a stuff like that, then that means are you now going to rule out the fact that these people never even met, but they are already building something? So it's more on the connection. It's more on, like I said, something that lingers because they have not seen. They are just paying attention to details. How this person addressing me, this person's values, like and dislike, and that's how they're actually building something.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So this actually is a good sign or a good proof that there's nothing like love at first sight. Do you understand? Because many people have gone to people to say, I like you, or you look good, I like the way you speak. But when they now find out to say that the other side of the person, the way they are going to run, like even if you use bulls, cannot even catch them. You understand?
But when someone walk up to you, maybe after you have performed on stage or anything, and say, I like the way you performed, and it ended there, is it really an attraction?
Definitely.
Of course,
the way you displayed what you were displaying, yes. And it ends with thank you. Say, I'll respond with thank you. It ends there.
It ends there?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a compliment.
And some others will not end there.
It depends on how you give the person your attention.
Okay, now, some people won't end there. That person that walks up can actually, find another way of having your attention, having your time, so that you'll be able to say what you feel or what, to let you know how attracted you are to the person. Now, if, by just mere observation, you think you can actually give the person a chance to talk, to get to know the person more, that's okay. But I'm not going to say that nothing like love happened on that stage.
Okay, Chizzy, let me come to you again. What you call instant likeness, that is not love at first sight. When it happens, to what extent can it turn out to be infatuation?
To what extent? It goes a very long way, because it actually depends on what the person has in mind. Because, okay, for example, if I'm to use, I walked up to you and tell you that I like you, and let's get into talking of friendship. It depends on what I have in mind. So I walk up to you because of the way you performed or what you did, like what attracted them to you. So we just come like, the way this person is, for the guys, your booms, your this, that's where the infatuation comes from. The infatuation, the love and everything. So the extent, like, it depends on what the person has in mind exactly.
I want you to take it from the angle of promiscuity.
Okay.
Yes. To what extent can someone getting attracted to you, or you got attracted to, will turn out to become promiscuity? Not really what it should be, or maybe something that will transcend into the real love.
I think I need to rephrase that.
I'm trying to examine your ability to identify what is and what is not when someone is attracted to you according to you.
Okay, so if I get what you mean, you're trying to ask me, how do I identify if someone is promiscuous?
Very good. Coming to you and not for the real love.
I guess that first time. Okay, now, so this is it. The person just going to say, I like your calls, the call makes sense, or the book makes sense. I mean, when I don't want to sound, but when I'm talking about this, I like being raw, because this is what I see every day. But because of the fact that it's not everything you put out on the media, because for the sake of, so that's that. But when the person starts making some statements that don't really direct towards the value that the human carry, I'm ruling it out. Okay, for instance, I went out with my friends to shop, so we just picked one or two things from the mall and we are going back, and so this guy picks us. Yeah, then he was like, I like your skin, you look so nice, and you talk so good, and I mean the curves, he was just thinking, and I was just thinking, where do you live? I said, yeah, I'm good, don't worry, we'll have the conversation a lot. And because my friend knew who I am, she was laughing. Like, she kept laughing along. The girl thought she was enjoying the conversation. But she stopped because she knows that within me, I'm already pissed off. But just because I remember one time my father used to tell me that no matter what, when people come to say I like you, even if you don't like the person, you don't need to be rude.
Yeah.
So it's something I remember and it can guide me. Like, even though I am talking nice to you, doesn't mean that I'm actually agreeing with what you're saying. I'm only trying to just get you off the way so that I can move. Do you understand? So I was like, yes, that's good, you know what? And I said, and then on a very rainy day, we can hang out, chill, and you go, this is not somebody you've not even known. No? But it felt like every girl out there are just about cute guys, tall guys, sexy guys, those who would, give them all the styles the way they want. This is the conversation these guys are having that moment. So I don't need Abraham to come and interpret to me that this guy is just there.
Yes, and it still works together in what I said, because what the person have in mind, the person can't hide it. He has to speak out. And once he's speaking, I can be able to dictate if the person is really attracted or he came for something else.
That's the attention to details.
Yeah.
Okay, now, let's take it this way. Chizzy, if the instant likeness happens from a direction or from your own direction to someone, for instance, is it possible that it will also come, or let me put it this way, can instant likeness happen from both directions at the same time? Like you see someone, you happen to like the person for one reason or the other, and the person happens to like you instantly for one reason or the other.
Yes, it happens. I won't lie. It happens.
Okay.
Yeah, because they say like charges attract and like charges repair. So sometimes you see that you're just attracted to the energy, just the same energy as in you, or an energy that complements yours. So it happens. So you can just meet each other and we are good. Before maybe you're started talking like you've known for ages.
The vibes together, your morals is aligning with hers.
Exactly.
What you believe is aligning with the person.
Exactly. So the person will just be saying something. I say, how do you know what I have in mind? No, you don't be screaming. How did you know? Oh my God, how did you know? This is just your reaction. It happens. But in many cases, I won't lie to you. It's not something.
How much do you believe in the saying that love is blind?
Oh. I don't really believe in that. I don't really believe in that. No.
You don't believe that love is blind?
I don't.
Okay, love has a full sight to you?
It has.
Love has not just 2 eyes, but also has an extra lenses attached to it.
Okay.
Because without those lenses, we won't be able to identify the little things that matter.
Definitely.
You made mention of infatuation. So that when you are infatuated, you misinterpret it or misconstrue it as love. And then they are just all about the energy, that will move on with the cruise, move on with the vibe and all of that. Love is beyond that. When the vibe is not there, that's when you know exactly what keeps you. So the attraction brings you closer to that person. But now what you carry, your personality, your values, the kind of energy, commitment, everything that you believe in is what will keep the person.
If it's true, according to you, that love is not blind, and you say that love doesn't only have a full sight, it has lenses attached to it. That's cool. But Chizzy, let me ask you this question. If that is true, why is it that a lot of people make mistakes in this love business? Yes. A lot of things they live to regret. If I had known that this is this, if I had known that is that, I wouldn't have come in and all of that.
There's no way you will say you will not know, because the person will definitely show you, even if it's the slightest sign of it. Just that we have chosen to believe that love is blind, that it can conquer everything, it can endure everything. You will not ignore those signs, those little things that it shows you. Because there's no way you tell me that, okay, let's, for example, that you married an abusive husband and then you started regretting. There's no way you tell me that when you guys were cutting, that he didn't show that. He will. And my friend will tell you that if you want to know who this person is, provoke the person and watch the person's reaction. That's when you determine to know the person's self. So you cannot tell me that.
And of course, you rarely meet people who you will provoke and they will not react.
Definitely.
Rarely.
Yes. I have a friend. Once he gets angry here, you have to leave him entirely because he can stone anything near, anything close to him. Be it television or he will stone you. So that's when you not tell me that whoever that will marry me, whoever that got married to the person, you not tell me that the person did not see it. That you never in your life, you never provoke the person. Or that the person did not even show you an atom of that.
But even at that person still has a lover that will love him the way he is. True of us.
Yes. And that's why they will live to regret.
When you love somebody the way he or she is, do you live to regret anything?
Okay, now, here's the thing. But before I get to that question, actually, love conquers everything. Do you understand? Yeah. But it's now when you have gotten to that when you have gone through that testing time, that you're not sure that what you're feeling, what you have inside you, is love, not any of those things. If you have been actually, observed, and watched for a very long time, that you have actually stood the test of time, at that point you can actually conquer everything. I believe so much. Love is the strongest force. In fact, the greatest force we can ever observe in the universe. Nothing can stand before it. And that's why they say God is love. That's just my own submission. Now, to that point where, the question is how, when people will now start regretting why they.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. At the beginning, there was misplacement of priority. Do you understand? They were not looking for something that actually love, that shows the sign of love. Something that can stand the test of time, like the character, the personality, how they treat people. And that's when I use that word attention to details, this is exactly what I meant. So if someone is really nice to people they feel they are not getting anything from, do you understand? That this tendency that even in your low state of life, even when you are not bringing any other value, like most times people are now weighing relationship as what you drop on the table. I mean, what are you offering? What am I getting from you? So at that point, when they are not now getting anything from you, they are sure they are staying. Because it's not how they treated somebody they didn't get anything from. But if because they so much love you, they take you to a restaurant or you guys went out and the barman, you are a stupid guy, he was just neglecting anybody, talking anyhow to people. How do you think that when he's fed up or when he had just seen you finish, they're not going to be the person, so you are not going to be the next victim of that. So I think why they have to progress is they misplace priority. Men look for curves, men look for boobs, men look for ladies that have 110,000 knowledge of sexual copulation style than women who are actually groomed, family oriented, who are responsible, who are loyal. In fact, the truth of the matter is,
how do you know what you're saying? Are you a man?
What are you saying? We're in the society. I have sisters, I have friends, I have classmates, I have nieces, I have people that are married and they're around me.
Okay.
I have friends. So I don't see, one thing is that people don't, that's what mistake people make. All my life, I've never allowed things to happen to me before I learn. Do you understand? People, when you want to talk about it, say, have you explained that? I don't have to. Because these people are human, there's nothing different between if my classmates pass through this and we are both women and we share the same value. I mean, what's the difference?
Okay, that's cool. Continue with what men love in women. I'm interested.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, so when they are just looking at all those things, they won't now want to, if tomorrow, and of course, when they have that money, they feel that they can go, that not everything is solved. They don't want to look at that woman that's so loyal or that's respectful, that even when the money is not there, this woman will still respect me. Do you understand? Because men love respect a lot. Do you understand? And sometimes you find that it's because of what you have or your social status. Do you understand why some women are coming to you or why they want to stay with you? But the moment those things are not there, you are just on your own to your tent, Israel. So that's it.
That brings us back to this attraction. According to your attraction at first sight, For what reason are men really attracted to you as a woman?
Wow.
For what genuine reasons?
For one genuine reason that I knew...
Because it's a possibility that a lot of men attract to you for different reasons.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes. I have one that spoke to me. He was plain. I was like, one of the reasons why I got attracted to you was the way you carry yourself and the way you speak and handle some issues. The day he spoke to me was like, I've watched you and I've seen you even when people are in chaos, the way you stay calm, handle things, the way you carry yourself and the way you speak, it got me attracted to you. And some will tell you because of your shape, your figure, that is what attracted me to you.
And some can tell you opposite of what they have in mind.
Yes, in order to get your attention.
that is meant for you. Okay, if you let me come in this other direction, from this other direction.
Okay.
How much does this attraction at first sight happen to be natural? How much do you find it to be natural and not man-made and not fake?
Not man-made. The truth is, every attraction is natural in its first state.
Let me ask you a question before you continue. If you say that every attraction is natural, if one comes to you for the reason of attraction and is telling you opposite of what he has in mind, is it natural?
Okay, so the thing is, in that first instance, I won't be able to figure out if what you're saying to me is what you meant. Yeah. So I'm not going to judge you because it's natural. Law of attraction is a natural phenomenon. Do you understand? So if you come to me and say you like my way, you cherish my way, I know you want us to be friends, it's cool. I won't say no if at least if I by me looking, I feel like if you dress where I can actually address like that. I won't say no. Yeah, because I believe that it's a natural thing. Even in lower animals, I'm a natural scientist, so you even observe it, from little creatures. They too have a way of showing affection. And that's the part I so much love about lower animals. In fact, each time I read about them, I get so excited. They are not like human beings. They are not transactional in their way of, showing affection. So when it comes to me like that, I would like thank you. I would really want to thank you for actually considering that. Yeah. And when you start having that conversation and you start noticing angles that you're coming from, and I'm not it's off.
Okay, Chizzy, why do you think some people, just like you, you say it is instant likeness, sorry. Why do you think some people can argue with you from now to tomorrow that love at first sight is a reality?
Why they can argue is, the thing is, people believe things differently. People believe, to you are still insisting it's love at first sight. You have your own view.
I don't have an opinion.
You don't have an
yes.
opinion. People believe things differently. What I might believe might not work with you. What you might believe might not work with me. So that's why they will argue to an extent that it is love at first sight, not likeness at first sight or attraction at first sight.
Now, Nifi, how do you address people who believe, hook, line, and sinker, that love at first sight is a reality? Just like you believe that it is not love at first sight, it is attraction at first sight, and it is a reality.
Okay, so I'm just going to say to them, it's good to believe in whatever thing you want to believe, but take your time, pay attention to little things that matter. After 2 months, place your priority right, thank you. After 2 months or 3 months into it, you come back and tell me if there is or not. I don't have to be the one to actually, you have to come and tell me. And definitely I know what you're going to tell me. So, yes, no stress. I will lie for you.
Oh, yeah.
All right, quickly on a conclusive note, Chizzy, I want you to also speak to the couples outside there whose marriages today came up as a result of instant likeness. And something led to another, and today they are happily married.
Oh.
Yes. She said it's not love at first sight, that it is instant likeness. And a lot of people got married and they are happily married today as a result of the instant likeness.
Okay.
So you speak to them in any way you can.
The only thing I can say is, the truth is, I've not seen anyone that got married through love or likeness at first sight. I've not seen, but people do say there are. But the only thing I can say is...
Don't get me wrong. Maybe you didn't understand my question.
Okay, can
you believed, or you made an assertion before that after the instant likeness, people can get talking.
Okay.
From their relationship can trigger in. From their marriage can come in.
Okay, yes.
Those are the people I'm talking about. Those who are in marriages today and they are happy, and the marriage started from what you called instant likeness and not love at first sight.
Okay, the only thing I can say to them is, wow, they really proved that there is likeness at first time, instant, and kudos. That's the only thing I can say, because I don't have any other things to say to you guys.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Chizzy Ene. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, Ifoma Lovett Eke. Thank you so much for coming. And everyone, thank you also for being there. It's been a nice time we shared with you, talking on what I call love at first sight. That is, for Chizzy is instant likeness, and for Ifoma is attraction at first sight. Thank you so much. I don't know what it is for you, but whatever, we're going to meet again. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Abia State, nicknamed God's own state, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You're welcome, viewer, to your program, The Mysteries of Life. Today we want to discuss the issue of superstitions. We always wish one another luck. We always think of this and that. There are so many beliefs in life. And then, of course, our brother here, Mazi Gabriel Nnemeka Anichukwu, has been a very superstitious character all these years, as you can even, confirm. So we want to look at superstition, What is a superstition? What role does it really actually play in life? The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Superstition is a very controversial phenomenon among humanity, because it thrives on strange but real events which human beings say they don't exist, yet they exist and we feel them. Superstition is belief and practices that cannot be analyzed objectively, standing on logic, tangible facts, and evidence or sound judgment. That is a phenomenon that lacks. You cannot. It cannot be approached, addressed objectively using verified standards. For instance, superstition is you believe that if you do not say rosary, for instance.
Are you looking for my trouble?
No, I know.
Don't even go there.
I don't know.
Don't go.
For instance.
Don't use my rosary now.
It's a belief. It's beliefs, practices that we have in our cultural milieu, in a cultural setting, that cannot be proven through critical thinking or rational thinking or reasoning. Yet, they shape our values.
Thank you. I want to say, I like what you have just said, the shaping of values. And I want to use one. You know, because Africa, you know, those who travel abroad, they always say accusing people of being superstitious. But I have also seen that, you know, in my little study, I found out that the white man is even more superstitious than the black man. You know, because he believes in that Friday the 13th of every month, you know, is regarded as an unlucky day. That broken mirrors have their own. That black cats have their own. That knocking on wood, you know, has its own. That spilling salt has its own. There are so many. In fact, there are more superstitions in the Western world than in the whole of Africa. But one of them that I wanted to look at, because we are looking at the good, the bad. We look at the good ones. If you hit one particular leg against anything, then you could say a good thing is coming. If your finger starts itching you, you could say, money is coming.
Good omen.
Yeah, that's ego nabata. Now, but you know, this idea of what people is in superstition. Now, what people is in first? What was the problem? Why were they doing that? Or now why Why were they? You know what follows it? See where to Ipo, that child is thrown into the evil forest.
You know that our forefathers, we are less superstitious because of scientific research, social and scientific research that thrives in our modern era. But during, I'm not saying actually that totally all they believed that time we are false, because they still believed it. It happens according to that they believe. For example, it said Obanje. Obanje, what if we say?
Obanje, what is this Obanje?
Obanje is Yoruba call it Abiku. A child that comes and goes, reincarnates and incarnates and reincarnates to put the parents in perpetual suffering. Though sometimes those Obanje comes and goes based on the karma of the parents.
Okay.
Some Obanje phenomenon is linked to parental karmic consequences of their evil lives in their former worlds.
Wow.
Because nothing goes for nothing. There's no smoke without fire.
That means you believe in reincarnation.
Why? That that position is strange but real.
Okay, reincarnation.
Yeah.
So back to
what I'm saying.
Yes.
About the
yes.
Is
now what does the believe with Obanje? So that the people will be learning from what you are saying.
Obanje
is it not this this SSB problem that people came to call Obanje?
No, it's not.
Because I believe it is the SS.
Okay.
Sickle cell.
Do you know that in the olden days, they don't go to this, some of these, most of them don't go to check blood.
I know blood group and all those.
But still, they give birth to children that are not seculars.
Yeah, but that was it. They call it Oban. You know, they were calling it Obanje because they were coming and coming and coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. But the issue was that the parents were never checked. You know, because we have this thing. We don't have that in abroad. You know, in the white man's land, the Western world. This what do you call it? Sickle cell. Yes, sickle cell. But we have it here now. Science has come. People have come to know about is it genotype or whatever, and then they now handle it, and people are no longer buying in that.
Do you know that even from that pre-modern Africa or pre-modern Igbo land, that whenever they want to get into marriage, they go to what they call a seers, alpha. Then it's in that alpha, I believe, that the DBA diagnosis through the crystal ball, to know that if there is possibility of giving birth to a secular, he say that the gods, because when you touch that alpha means whenever you touch that horn or that's spiritual science, it will take your ancestors and gods of your land will speak. So when they are speaking, they are trying to encompass, to embrace all that concern that marriage that marriage between two persons. So they will tell you that this marriage will not work. They will not call about being given a child to that is a secular, but they said you are gods. The Alpha says this marriage between Mbeke and the Congo will not work. But asking the debate to explain the details, he might not, but that the gods and ancestors have spoken through the Alpha that this marriage will be a baradash. It don't work. It will lead into there is evil omen. That's what it is. So it means that time, that issues of secular or whatever, the gods also and ancestors who speak through the Alpha knew and will tell you, leave this person. You are not meant to marry this person.
Okay, but and they used to follow. It was working for them. The fortune tellers, they were doing their work.
Yes.
Now, this is about the Abiku thing or the Obanje thing, and we now know better today that it is not about a number of things, but this. Yes, you mentioned fortune tellers and crystal ball and all those, because this is also in the white man's land. In fact, fortune teller is not an Igbo word; it's an English word.
Exactly.
So, you know, divinations,
all
those things,
spiritism,
diviners. These things are not English. They are not Nigerian
because words. Position is tied to magic.
It's not tied to magic. It's tied to something supernatural.
Yes.
Like if you wake up and your eyes are twitching like that, you say, "Hey, I'm not going to achieve."
Even when I'm talking of superstition, for instance, whenever you come in contact with a sanctified abode like the Blessed Sacrament, whenever you are going on a dangerous travel, you can go to adoration.
Yes.
Once you behold the Blessed Sacrament, that superstition means that you believed that this Blessed Sacrament fortified those who went into that dangerous journey in the past, and you are invoking St. John, St. Anthony, St. Mary, let them come. It's all superstition, and because you know that religion is shrouded, is interwoven with superstition.
That's your own. Our own is not superstition. We believe. No, wait now. Don't worry.
Not religion. Can you prove it scientifically?
What people have been proving it scientifically now? Excuse me. Now,
it's based on beliefs.
No, wait now.
Beliefs.
If you come to the Catholic Church, that's where you have monasteries, and they do all the science.
It was working. It's working.
They do. I'm not saying it's not working. I'm saying they do all the science before they come up. That's why before somebody becomes a saint, is acknowledged the saint. There's a process.
But why hasn't many of our, like my grandfather Okeleki Iwoga,
that's not our discussion.
Saint Okeleki Iwoga is a saint.
No, I think you have just raised an issue. You have raised an issue for further discussion.
From the altar of we pass him through the moral chronology and moral processes.
Yes.
To show that he never took anybody's wife.
One.
He lived. He never borrowed money, not give it to you.
Good.
He gave money, a kind of philanthropy. He lived a life
charitable.
Charitable. He doesn't lie. He lives on honesty.
No. See, Mas.
So
the Bible is clear. Wait now. The Bible is clear.
But I'm telling you,
the Bible is clear. The Bible is clear about The Bible is clear. Listen now. I'm not trying to make a name now.
When you call him, he will answer.
You are now taking over. You are taking over my work. Let me tell you what I'm doing now. If you go to the Bible, you will see that when Jesus gave up the ghost, that the holy men that died in the past, they all rose.
Exactly.
No, so there are still saints, even in Africa. But incidentally, we have no scientific way of doing it because of proving those things. Why? Because an African man, like you just mentioned, wants to travel, and he believes that this journey is not for the faint-hearted or the weak. Yes. What does he do? He goes to the Blessed Sacrament, prays. He tells Nameka and Ichuku, remember me your prayer. He even gives Nameka, when you go to the chapel, please use this one and to pray for me. Then he goes to the native doctor, please, I'm traveling, pray for me. Then he goes to, he meets a pastor, please pray for me. He meets a pastoress, please pray for me. At the end of the day, he doesn't know where the source is coming from. But the white man that lives in Santa Monica town or Rita town, she prays through Saint Rita. All of them. And when any good thing comes, he says it is
attributed to him.
To Saint Rita. to St. Jude, to St. Anthony of Padua, to St. Francis. But our own people, they don't attribute. So when you come, the proofs, before you now go into their relics, it's complicated. Because we have this, multiplicity of our own belief system, which is what gives rise to what people now say we are superstition. We are not as superstitious as even the Europeans, but we are superstitious. But I want us to go back to this Ezenu business.
Ezenu,
yes,
is a phenomenon that are further linked to evil things that is connected to their child. So, though Ezenu might be a kind of biological.
No, I'm happy that you are coming here because there's a biological aspect of it. Yes.
You know that not all of them should be biological. Though we have biological processes, analysis of it. But they believe based on happenings, based on chances, they have proven that most children that we are Ezenu potent evil.
That was their belief.
Yeah,
but it was bad. And it led to a lot of bad things. Because they threw them into the fruitful forest. They let them to die. Okay. Because, we can discuss positions until the end of the world. And we will not end. Because I just picked Ezenu. And then we can just pick equally these twins. A woman giving birth to twins. Or triplets. The children were allowed to die. These are the negative aspects of our superstition in those days. Yeah. Because of what you said. You said that they believe that those things portend evil. Because they couldn't understand it. But nature is complicated.
Yes.
That's why you could see a child that is a witch. A little child that is a witch. You could also see a child that is a saint.
Yeah.
A little child. The child is a saint. You could see a child that is a genius. Knowing more than the elders, even before the age of Daniel.
It's true.
When Jesus came at the temple, he was 12, and he was teaching the teachers. That is infused knowledge. That is infused knowledge. So, and that infused knowledge sometimes confuses our people. If there is atavism, coming up of ancient, characteristics of somebody, people will now say it is evil. It may not be evil like you used to. It might be just that it's atavism, or that something just came up and the person has just grown. It's not just about growth, about physical growth. Some children that are 9 years today are by physical structures as old as women and men that are 20.
It's true.
So Ezenu could just be one of those aspects of nature, and then we kill the person. Just like today we enjoy twins. All of us are happy that we have twins, we have triplets, we have quadruplets, we have quintuplets, we have all those kind of plates, and everybody's happy. So these are the issues of some aspects of superstition that we are going to be looking at, so that people will follow us. So we'll take our little time, come back, and then complete this particular discussion.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise. Leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
So now, having looked at some of this, because we have so much of superstitions. Like if I have, I have here, they say bad luck omens. Bad luck omens. They say breaking a mirror is thought to cause 7 years of bad luck. That is in the white man's land, though.
They don't believe.
But when people come here, they say our people are very superstitious. We are not half as they are.
Yes.
No, check. Even this people, this Artemis 2. Artemis 2 has a place. In fact, all their spacecrafts, they have a place to take off.
Okay. To ensure safety.
And they have a place they land.
To ensure safety.
Yes. And there are things that they are going to check, and they will say you cannot fly now. Not just the one that you are seeing, you know. Yeah. There are things that they are going. They will say
into the mysteries of
life. Yes. They will say you are not taking off today. Yes. In fact, we are going to suspend this takeoff until we are ready.
Just for instance, in our own environment, whenever somebody uses left hand to give you something,
that is because it's
say, no, I cannot accept it. Even if it's giving 100 million naira, say, no. You turn it to right hand.
So some people will tell you, give my money. If it's my left hand, give it. If my money is my money, give my money with your left. My left.
No, whenever you give to them through the left hand, there is a kind of ritual to go and perform.
I know.
They will go and sanctify that money that you give them
with the left hand. Yes.
So make it holy.
To make it
and to be fruitful.
Yes.
Because they believe that if you do not go to a God of transforming it to good omen, it will result into evil.
Thank you. So there are so many of them, and why we are talking about it now is because many people think that being superstitious is peculiar to Africa. No. It is not. Yeah. Because we don't have all the time. Because if you had all the time, you would see that there are so many superstitions, so many of them in the Western world. There are ones that are general, you know, then that black cars, knocking on wood, spilling salt, umbrella indoors, walking under a ladder, locking.
And for instance, even in our home,
yes.
in our environment here, whenever you go to a mortuary, said you have to knock at the door of the mortuary before you open that. Ask any mortician. Any mortician will prove it. Any strong mortician will prove it to you that they can't move into the mortuary. They keep those so-called dead corpses without knocking. They say that if you enter there without knocking, that some of them are naked. For instance, do you know that in the mortuary, that due to the spirits there, that some men meet women there?
I don't know now. How can I know?
Ask any mortician.
What should I?
Many things are happening in the mortician. That's why they said that if you enter there with, I'm talking from what the morticians have just said, those who are there and the old men said, if you enter there without knocking, they will attack you. Because just like when you enter into my room now, maybe I'm naked, maybe I'm not well prepared to receive somebody I can. It's a why do you?
Yes, you react.
So they said that in the mortuary, those people, those corpses that were called there, they said they are not dead. They still operate like.
And we don't want to talk about these stories because there are so many such stories.
Like there's a mortuary at Anambra. Somebody said that somebody from that mortuary left that mortuary to drink at a nearby restaurant.
But I heard it was here in Enugu.
No. After drinking the bottles, it was proven. So when they say superstition, for instance, if you are moving the corpse of your father or mother or whoever or brother, do you know that there's something that will happen, that it will not allow the people carrying that corpse to bring it down.
So we have always had so many stories. Like there's a story that is now trending around. The young man, the father died. But he was in America, and probably maybe because things were not going well. But maybe whether it was going well or not, the man felt that it wasn't good, that he should bury the father. He left the burial for the people on the ground here. On that night that the father was buried, he died equally.
Okay.
So and the people are now raising money to bring him home for burial.
Okay, this linking to superstition beliefs.
So people are now saying that it was possible that the father killed him. I said I don't know.
Look, linking it to what you said now.
Yes.
Looking at superstition. Do you know that in my town, no matter how born again you think you are, if your father has died or mother has died, you could not give your father a befitting burial with a cow, a fee, or this. That there's nothing will make you. When your mother-in-law, father-in-law dies, that will make your friend, you carry cow to attend the burial of that person. That if you do it, it's superstition.
It's not superstition. It's just that you don't give what you don't have.
No,
it's not superstition.
It's working.
It's working now because
really could not survive it.
No, it's because you don't give what you don't have.
That in my town,
it's not superstition. How can you give to that?
There's a kind of in my town.
Yes.
If there is going on, if you have not
done that,
you don't dance it. When they want to beat that drum, they will announce if you have not done shift from this place. Because once you they beat it just briefly, because so that somebody who has
will not come in.
From experiences, many have done in my town because they dance that
without knowing,
without giving
without knowing.
There's one that if your father is alive, you don't dance it in my town in so once you dance it, those who dance it died mysteriously. So that is superstition. When they say it's not something you can cover with the blood of Jesus Christ or grace of Jesus Christ. It's something that is real. That has happened often and time, proven in my town. So come to tell me that when you are not giving your father 15 burial or your mother 15 burial, you just because you are rich, you took a cow to attend somebody's burial. My child told me that her teacher said that 2 of her brothers died mysteriously. That they did not give a 15 burial to their father. That 2 of his brothers that were rich took cow and attended the burial ceremony of their friend. That 2 of his brothers died within 2 days. If I call that school at enugu, you will know the school. Hey, I don't want to go to that.
No, we don't want to go there. But the point.
I'm telling you, what my child, a child who has not an adult told me, say, Papa, Daddy, this is what our teacher told. Said that is real. I said it's real. That this is what is happening in our own society. Said that before you give some and give breastfeeding burial to your father, with another person, you must do it for your father or your mother. Said that. So I was surprised when my child asked me that question.
You don't need to be surprised because your mother Aneke.
No, the age of the child.
That's why we talk of. That's why I talked of. No, that's why I talked of. Because some of those things are things that are supposed to be. Because if a child is precocious, this precocity, people also mix it up with, things that are supernatural and superstitious. No, those things are there.
Do you know that most of people who had some bad marriages or bad businesses, they had the premonition came, superstition, but they doubted.
That's premonition now.
Yes.
So are you going to call premonition superstition?
They are all superstition.
They are not superstition.
They are superstition.
Yeah? No, premonition is a gift.
I had a sign that I should not go and marry.
No, it was a sign now.
I don't go to marry this woman.
That sign. No.
I fed
Aneke, you are a man, and because you're a man, you are a god, you are a priest, you are a king, you are everything. You have a soul, you have a spirit, you have a body. Your spirit will tell you what to do. And if your spirit wants you, because the other that you are going to do that, you won't be getting all the voices, both the positive voice and negative voice, but you are going to know the one that is going to work. So that will also come, but you know where you're headed. That's why, like you said, when the person wants to travel to some places, the person goes to empower himself. Yeah. So because this journey is not for the faint-hearted. So I want to thank brother Aneke, who is doing well, helping us in regard to trying to understand someone. Life is very, very mysterious.
Yeah.
We are still waiting for the report from Artemis 2 astronauts. They have not given us the report because, something happened to me last time. I didn't know why I have 4 tanks. 4 tanks in my house. But the black tanks were always giving me clean water, and the other tanks were giving me their own kind of... No, not transition. So I want to tell you what people think of this. It was the plumber that came and said, okay, I said, you cost it now. I said, so that other tank is yellow color, but if it is black, that the sunlight will not enter into it. So, and I was looking at that moon. Because if you see the moon, there's a side that has light and the other side. I don't know whether they entered there. I don't know whether they didn't. But we are still waiting for their report. So having said that, life is mysterious, viewer. And you just handle the ones that you can handle and continue to pray to God for protection regarding the ones we cannot handle. So what's your last message for the listener?
My last concluding message is that whenever you get some strange signs, whenever you want to embark on certain issues in your life,
yes,
sit back, use your intuition, ask your spirit and your God or God's ancestors, what are you going to do?
And they will always tell you what to do.
And you get it right.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this, we continue looking at the mysteries of life. There are so many mysteries, and we hope that God will help us to continue to do our best at understanding as much as we are allowed to understand, So with this, we say we hope for the best for the future. Bye.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.